I'm Mark McIntyre. I'm chairman of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation, and my fellow board members with me are Jane Clare, Jeff Rodlieb, and John Gregory. As we have quorum, I'm going to move that we open the February 13th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Also joining us tonight should be Alec Wallach, our planning director. I believe he's on Zoom, or will be. Alice Cooley, our counsel, and Sage Certain in the back, running all things audio-visual, and Emma Edwards should be online as our recording secretary. Great. So since we're all present, let's go. The first thing up are the minutes approval from January 23rd. Did everybody have time to read them?
Yep.
Any changes?
No.
Okay. Then I move we accept the minutes from January 23rd for the meeting of January 23rd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then first thing on the agenda is the demolition evaluation for Walnut Street Partners at 54 Walnut Street, and I believe that's Mr. Bennett.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is John Bennett, and with me this evening is James Goldrake, the property owner. Mr. Goldrake is a long-standing client of mine, fine gentleman. This is the request for a demolition of an existing multifamily residence, which started out as a single-family residence some time ago, contrary to the report of your historic consultants. When we were here last January, Susan Snyder and George Thomas of Pacific Visions presented their findings, which specifically rebut quite literally every single factual finding made by the village historic consultant. After the presentation was made, the board requested that we determine whether the core of the home could be preserved. First, it's important to state that just because something is old doesn't mean it has any historic significance. We have demonstrated that this structure has no defining architectural characteristics, is not associated with any individuals of any historic significance. And I'll tell you what I mean by that a little bit later on. As was presented by Civic Visions, the original structure on this property is represented approximately 1/3 of the volume of the now existing structure, and it's sort of what we call in law school, just basic law, Hornbook law. It's Hornbook architectural history law that if you are dealing with something that's been stepped on that much, there simply is no historic, even assuming arguendo that this original core had some historic value, which it doesn't. It's been stepped on so much that it's essentially ceased to be of any value. We did submit a letter of Steve Lemansky. We'll talk about that a little bit later. In addition, the most significant, the rear wall of the original residence was removed to allow the expansion of the residence on the rear. So 1/3 of the volume of the existing structure may be old. It's not a historic structure waiting to be uncovered. We asked Steve Lemansky specifically to address whether the saving the core could be feasible in his February 9th letter, which I'll quote from at length. The foundation is a mishmash of materials installed at different times, up to decades apart. Some of the foundation installations and repairs were performed to actually brace up failing areas of the existing foundation. Also pointed out in the report is the fact that many of the areas of the brick foundation are continuing to fail and are disintegrating. In addition, as noted in the report, the floor framing and many other parts of the structure are also failing, could become very unstable if the surrounding framing was removed. The floor framing has been patched together to the point where the proposal of raising the floor to add a foundation below is structurally questionable. The south wall of the core would have been structurally altered, compromised, and effectively removed to facilitate these new later additions. And Lemansky ends by saying, it's my considered professional opinion that attempting to partially demolish the building while saving the core is a perilous plan and proposes a danger to life and limb. And that creates issues of village liability, your counsel will tell you. I strongly advise against it. In the interest of safety of the workers and the general public, I would urge the building department to issue a whole house demolition permit. In my opinion, to do so otherwise would be gross negligence. The Spanberg report, which you're relying on, that this was a boarding house, that's proven it was never a boarding house. That's what the facts are. That was a actual, just a surmise on her part, and we proved that not only by the history of the structure, but by things such as express as census records. This historic person she determined that the house was associated with was someone who was in real estate. Not an individual, and that doesn't make you a historic person, I guess, unless you're, I guess we could go on and on with that, unless you know, like the Helmsley family or something like that, or the Trumps or something like that, or someone who's just has that sort of a pulse on the real estate zeitgeist for a certain area. But this Havens gentleman, he started out as a fairly lowly laborer, worked his way up, I guess, where he had some general contracting jobs, and bought and sold some real estate. That doesn't make him a significant historic personage, but let's assume for the purposes of argument that he was some sort of historic personage. He didn't build the house, he didn't design the house, and he never lived in the house.
John, some of this is we've gone through
I know,
before.
but I'm
So I don't
I'm
think it bears us
scratching
to
my
go
head
through again.
because
Okay,
this
while you're
is
scratching your head,
fatal
great,
to a
but
response not
Can you
to-
please just
to go.
take into consideration some of
this
this
is
you've
not a
gone
good
through
example
before
of
and
any
take us what we
architectural
asked for
style.
that's new so we can move this
It's
forward.
not an example of any architectural style. Cute, quaint, and nice doesn't cut it under your code. So, given the total lack of any factual buttressing from Ms. Spanberg's report, a decision to deny this is going to be a very challenging decision to craft, and the board should be absolutely aware of the fact, and I don't rattle the saber unnecessarily, that a denial will bring on an Article 78 proceeding. I'm going to take the words out of your mouth, Mark, a couple of meetings ago. Maybe this isn't the one to fall on our sword, or something to that effect on. This is not the one. This is not the one to battle over. There may be others to battle over, but this is not as one. You have an abysmal record. And you know something? When I come in here representing a taxpayer and looking at the law,
John,
please
I'm
let
sorry,
me finish.
but I think let's move this on. You
Okay,
said you were going to
I'm
present.
just
We
finishing.
asked you for new information the last meeting. Can I
And
have the new information?
I'm going
please?
to finish, Mark.
Let's
When
get
I
there.
come in here, this is new information. I haven't said this before. When I come in here representing a taxpayer and someone who is a village owner of property in the village, and all I ask you to do is to apply the law, and the law requires you to make certain findings, and we've disproved every one of them, it's not a hard task for you. And to do anything other than to grant this approval would be a denial. And I think it is a waste of everybody's time to make Mr. Goldrick do what we are going to do on a denial, which is to bring an Article 78 proceeding, and there was an article about village legal costs. Well, you're gonna create some more, because that's what we're gonna do, because you've given us no option. No one in their right mind would do anything other than do everything they could to take that house down. That's what we're gonna do. Yes?
I just wanted to note for the record that
Yes.
those costs were not in connection with this board or this
What
council.
costs?
The increased village legal costs.
Okay,
Well,
so-
these will be.
Okay, so to move this along, we had asked for information. You've represented, you have new information. Are you going to present it?
No, the new information from the last time was the Lemansky letter. I put it
Okay.
in, and I
The
described
the
it.
engineer report,
The
and
engineer
at the
report,
last
yeah.
You have no
meeting,
one here to go through.
Excuse me?
You don't have someone else here presenting with you?
No.
Okay.
No. That's fine. We're done.
That's fine, okay. All right, board members. I
All
believe
right.
this has been in front of us for a while, and I do believe we owe them an answer, so let's go.
Okay, so I'll begin. It's somewhat of a Solomonic decision. You're asking us to either demolish a house that has some character, some cultural value, which is one of the stipulations within the code, 65(1)(a)(1), possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest or value as part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of the locality, region, and so on. So it does have that. Does it have issues with its viability as a structure? Yes. Can it be attributed to a noted architect or builder? Sure, that's questionable and debatable. But again, it comes, in my mind, to a Solomonic decision. And I'm not inclined to see a house that typifies a village house, to see it destroyed, when I think, and again, the property owner can challenge if he so chooses to go to an Article 78. That's perfectly his prerogative. But I think there are opportunities and to preserve some of this house, Not all of it. The front facade is surely interesting, and that's what people see. So I can only ask that the applicant consider that as I consider my vote.
John?
I agree with Jeff.
Okay.
And I agree with Jeff also. I think it is a very type of house that exemplifies our village neighborhoods. And I think the facade is charming, and I don't want to go on, but I do think that it could be possibly saved in some respects.
Okay. Here's where I sort of come out on it, and I hear where you're coming from. I think it is typical. I think it is an old structure. I think it would be nice to have it saved. I don't know that as a board, the decision to demand that it be saved is necessarily the right decision. So I think where we are right now is I feel like we have a split board. And I think the stance we would have to actually landmark the house is fairly weak. So I think that probably stands in the way of a decision where I could vote to not supply this certificate. So that's where I stand on. So, John, I guess the question is, what would you like us to do?
You can close it and make a decision.
Can I remind the board of what the standard is at this
Yes.
point? Because
I
this
think you
property
should- I
is
think you
not
should.
in the historic district. This is not a public hearing for a certificate of appropriateness. This was referred to us by the building inspector to determine whether the features of this house rise to the level where we would landmark the structure, or the building inspector may issue the demolition permit. Is this a house you would want to landmark? Do you have enough information to landmark this structure? Can someone please turn that off?
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, the echo's out.
I think we really need to closely examine the criteria here. There have been a lot of findings in this record. The applicant has a strong record here.
I hear you. And what I would say is what we'd like to see is, what we'd like to see and what we can legally see are going to be two different things. Clearly from the board, what you're hearing is they would like to see portions of this house maintained and renovated if at all possible. I think from a decision from the board, I don't think because we're not in the historic district, we actually have enough standing to landmark the house. Therefore, from my perspective, I think it is not the right decision to deny the demolition from a legal standpoint, but I think from a moral standpoint, it's just sad. That just because it's in the village. So I think I would ask the board members to think about that, because I just, from where we are right now, from where the house is located, it's not in a historic district, and the stand we're up against, I don't think this rises to that standard, as upsetting as that is. What would you like us to do?
Well, first of all, I know how you feel about it, but intellectually, I thank you for that, and I know that's not easy for you, so thank you, Chairman. I do that. But no, close it, make a decision.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we accept the application to demolish the house at 54 Walnut Street.
Well, I think the vote would be that you do not intend to proceed with landmarking, and the building inspector could proceed with
So how
issuing
do I
the
word that?
demolition permit. You would move that the board not intend to proceed with landmarking.
I move that the board not intend to proceed with landmarking on 54 Walnut Street. Do I have a second? We have to have a second to vote.
I'll second the vote, yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? You have your vote.
Can we have an oral vote, please?
Mark McIntyre, aye.
Nay.
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 Thanks.
You have your vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so next up, we have the carryover matters in the Historic District, and next is 80 North Main Street, Richard Gormley and Zuleika Zaruk at 80 North Main Street. Are you here? Where's Brian here? Coming in on Zoom?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, so at the last meeting, I presented our revised design, but unfortunately, the hard copies were not in the building department. So
That's correct.
this is the same presentation. The hard copies were delivered. I'm hoping that everyone got a chance to see them. Nothing has changed since the last meeting, so I don't know if you want me to go through it again or how you want to handle it.
Didn't we say that we were going to revert to the 4 windows?
Yeah, the only question I have is, at least the plan I'm looking at, has the bay window in the proposed plan again. Is that what you're asking? Because the last meeting, I thought we had agreed on the 4 windows as it originally existed.
The bay window is gone. Can you see my screen?
Well, I can
Yes.
see your screen, but I'm looking at what was submitted for our review.
What's the date on what you're looking at?
January 30th is what I have.
Yeah, it's the last thing I have as well.
Oh, jeez. All right, well, this is what should be submitted here.
Yeah.
What's in the file?
Wait, what's
The
it- yeah.
large plans are definitely the correct plans.
Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
so
let's just
let us take a look.
Keep going. Mr. Brady, well.
Basically, the big decision was whether or not we should put shutters on or not have
Right,
shutters. We are restoring all the historic windows that we can, and basically not doing the porch, not doing the bay window. And here is a photo that we found of the house that we think is around the turn of the century, and you can see there are no shutters on the house, and the 4 windows where I was proposing a bay are there, so we're gonna put them back.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna suggest we do.
I think it might be, oh no, I'm sorry.
Here's what I'm gonna suggest we do. If we can, I'm gonna table this for just a minute. And if, Jeff, if you
Yeah.
can see if you can find the file. Because I believe we're at the point that we had agreed on everything, we just
Yeah.
need the proper paperwork. And I
Right,
believe that
right.
what's in people's files is not there. I just want to look in the actual village file and see if it's in there, so we can move on. Because I think we were all in agreement with the shutters last meeting, we're all in agreement with the lack of the bay window. I think it was just a paperwork issue.
It was, yes.
For those of you watching, this is the high-tech part of the job.
Right on top. And that's in most cases, it's in the last place I wrote.
Okay, just give me one sec. There's
Okay.
2 sets. You guys look at that one.
So this is January 20,
We have a set of plans that say January 27th in the file. They're just one copies.
Well, this is the 30th, so
what's that? Oh. Maybe you
maybe they
have.
went stamped on a different date.
And the page, Brian, can you just quickly give us the pages in reference?
It would be A 2.3.
Yep. Let's go for it. Okay. Yep, that's correct. Okay.
It is still showing the shutters in this
No,
drawing.
that's existing.
No, that's existing. The
Oh, sorry.
proposed shows
Okay,
no
sorry.
shutters.
Correct.
So this one's correct.
Right.
This is correct.
What's the,
It says January.
These are dated January
Jan-
27th.
so that's the confusion. I have something dated at a later date that's incorrect. So I don't know how that happened, but I can only
These two
guess.
are good.
These two were attached to the file. All right,
Okay, so here.
so we're going to restamp the correct file. And based on this proper paperwork, I'm going to move that we accept.
This is a written decision.
That we move to written decision. If I could make sure, 80 North Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. This goes all back.
Hey, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, and the file. Okay. You got a doctor?
This is both sections, okay. Since I have to prove it tomorrow, I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Okay, so next up, we have the Southampton History Museum at 17 Meeting House Lane. Is the applicant present? You are.
Good evening, board members. CMX, the architect, represent the Southampton History Museum. We are here presenting revised set of plans following, and also in addition to a site visit that Mark and Jen kindly joined us on the coldest day of the winter. We, in front of you, have a set of plans. We've changed a few things. We've reduced the length of the pergola by a full bay from 43 foot 9 inches originally to 36.10. We've also dropped the height of the pergola from 11.7 originally to 9.10. The reduction of this bay is primarily on the east side, which basically is the approach towards the back of the building from the San Ambrose Alley. Basically by pushing back one bay, we're exposing the pretty much the full rear elevation in relationship to its proximity to the building. I have actually a rendering over there which shows the reduced bay and height in relationship to the building. The mass of the building basically right now is based on its proportion, a pair of golden section volumes, rectangles, back to back. The actual width and height complete is square, which you can see on the front page. Actually, the proportions are indicated there in the circle, in the red circle. And actually, the interior of that is introduced a slight bow and ridge line on the interior of the pergola. The columns are from Chadsworth columns, which basically supply historically correct details, polystone columns for exterior historic houses throughout the country. They're the premier column maker in the States. And the pergola's structure above, red cedar, no finishes, natural finishes, turning it to basically silvery gray in time. The brickwork is existing, of course, on the ground, and it's staying as is. These are the main changes that basically reduce dramatically the impact. And actually, in that rendering, if you take a look at it, it very much camouflages and reduces the impact of the rear of the commercial buildings that face onto the grounds of the Historic Museum.
Okay. Thank you. Board members?
I think reducing the size is a big improvement.
John or Jeff?
Yeah, the size reduction, I think, is a good move. However, I mean, I still think it obscures the view of the house on the rear elevation. And if the idea is to make that view of the house more prominent with that due pathway, you'd think you wouldn't want to hide the house itself.
Actually,
I've got an electronic visual here. I don't know if you have a copy of this, but I'm having trouble transferring it.
Could you please come up and introduce yourself if you'd like to speak?
Now, couple of things, John.
Can I finish before you?
One is that our intention is not actually.
Hang on 1 second. John, please go ahead.
And the other thing is, given the amount of property that's available on the site itself, there have to be alternatives. That's my thought. So you can go ahead, unless someone else wants to go.
No, not for the moment.
Okay. Here's how I feel about it. When we went to walk the property, because the biggest complaint I had about it was when you walked up to the building in the former length of the pergola, when you came off the larger proposed terrace, you couldn't see the front door of the house, nor could you see the back of the actual house. When we walked the property, taking the 9 feet and taking it down by 2 feet, there's now, when you get to the end of the terrace now and turn, there's now a sight line from the edge of the terrace to the house. So my primary objection to it, which was that it blocked the house, sort of, it no longer does that in its current size, and to my opinion, in its current size and its current shape. And I also thought before it looked like a bowling alley because its length was tall and long, and the reduction of the height and the reduction of the width brings it more in line with the perspective of the existing terraces in front of the house. So from that perspective, I actually think it's a significant improvement over what we saw last time. Jeff?
Basically, I concur with what Mark has said. And the reduction ameliorates the concerns that I had so that while I find it's very existent, mildly objectionable, not sufficient to deny the museum its application and the use of this to the extent that it helps foster the community's interest in history. And the fact also that it's located in the rear and it's now diminutive to the building, I would not object.
Do we have any comments from the public?
My name is Tom Edmonds. I'm the director of the Southampton History Museum. I'm not a member of the public, but I just want to remind the board that when you're looking at this elevation here, this part of the building is 1843. The center of this part is 1650. There was a one-room pioneer house that still exists there. You can see it in the basement supports. This is a wing from 1910. So, like a lot of old houses, they grow like mushrooms. And I believe this arbor or pergola will help integrate the Rogers Mansion into the community. I think we've seen since COVID a drastic reduce in people who want to come inside the Rogers Mansion. We are developing on the lawn lots of education programs and performances outside. Our music room inside is confined to 55 people, and that's packed. So we need to do more. We need to address our community needs, and I think outdoor spaces like the pergola here will enhance our programming and our relationships with the community.
Did you have something to show, Tom?
Pardon me?
Did you have something to show on your phone?
It's the same.
Well, it's the same thing. I
Oh,
just
okay.
am having a glitch, so yeah,
Okay,
it's just
okay.
this.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Okay. What would you like us to do?
I would like you to make a decision.
Okay. I'm going to move that we accept the Village of Southampton's application 17 meeting house
Written
for a
decision.
certificate of appropriateness.
Written decision, please.
Move to written decision on 17 Meeting House Lane. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? There you go.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank
Thank you, board.
Next up is 218 Pond Lane, Dwight Yellum, for renovation to an existing dwelling. Is the applicant present?
John Bennett, I'm here with Jim Merrill, who's going to take you through the plans, but I just wanted to say a couple of very quick preparatory remarks. This is an application to construct additions onto the existing single-family residence on 218 Pond Lane. At the last meeting, January 23rd, a site visit was arranged, and that site visit with some board members took place. I want to be quick to add, there was less than 3 members, so no open meeting problems. We did submit, as we told the board we were going to do, by correspondence dated February 9th, 2023, illustrative diagrams prepared by Jim's office depicting the house prior to 1988, and then the expansion that was completed in 1988, and the expansion that is proposed in this application. And it's, before I bring Jim up, I just want to say from just the core of this, and what really drives it, and what I hopefully will share with me the opinion that this is not an issue at all. It's quite clear and beyond what I would respectfully suggest is any sort of reasonable disagreement that all changes that are proposed in areas are incurring, the area where all the changes are proposed is incurring an area of changes, additions that occurred in the 1980s. So none of the proposed additions, modifications are replacing, changing, or modifying any part of the original 100-year-old plus design. Jim, you just take the board through that? I think that'd be great. And answer any questions.
Is there a
of course.
digital submission on this so we can show the public?
Put it up.
If you could, please. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we submitted it on February. Elena's on here. Sorry, Elena
Great.
Myers is on as well.
Great.
Sorry.
Elena?
Hello. May I share my screen?
Yes.
So after our site meeting, I think I could see why it was hard to read the drawings for this house, because 2 of the elevations are very similar. And so it was really, I think, helpful to meet with you guys there. I don't know if you had any questions about that, but we came away with the feeling that historical material was also something you're interested in, and so that's why we made these diagrams. So if we'll just go through them quickly. The first one is, we can go to the next. These are all west elevation views because all of the addition is to the west, right? So if just from an elevational point of view, this is the old house from 1890. You can see here that there's this bay window that's enclosed next to the porte cochere is original, right? And the rest of it, this was the back of the house, used to arrive at the front, so it was fairly mean, if you will. It wasn't architecturally the presentation. It wasn't the front, right? So this little shed, kind of kitchen and so forth. So in the 80s, under when Marshall Kogan owned it, they addressed that, and let's go to the next plan, or elevation, sorry. So in the 1980s, this was all that he added back here. So he took, I think nicely, a cue from that glassed in porch to the left and created a rhythm of similar bays in his extension. So this move to the plans will show this is an addition that came to the west. And actually also replaced that diamond window that we were looking for, on site. So that's what we started with that. So what we're doing, if we can go to the next slide, looks virtually the same, right? It's just, you'll see in plans, it comes out farther. But we're mimicking the same old motif, window motif, and making some extensions to the building to the left and so forth. So, but anyway, all that, this is all new material over renovation, 80s renovation material that happens to look more historic than it is, because it was done pretty well. Let's go to the plans. Right, so here's the original, kind of these mean rooms back here. Here's the addition. So in white there, where it shows the kitchen, that was an interior renovation. not an expansion of the footprint. So the blue here is indicating the expansion of the footprint. What we're going to do, and we're not going to, don't change the slide yet, but we're basically going to take that same idea and shift it over here, like fill in that area and extend the porch. So you can go to the next slide, Elena. So this is, the darker is overlaid on the other blue. That's why you get that medium blue in the middle. But again, it's all, we're really attaching to the 80s renovation, not to the original building. If you have any questions.
Board members?
No.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. I don't think we do. Comments?
I just want to say that the site visit helps one comprehend the changes in a much more advantageous way to really be able to see the difference. So thank you for that.
John?
No, I'm fine with.
Yep, no objections.
The only thing I would say is whoever did that renovation in the 80s did a good enough job, did a great enough job that we had to actually figure it out, which means they did a really fine job. So what I would say is thank you for the site visit, because it actually did point out, I think, the work that you're doing to this spectacular structure is respectful.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public? Okay, so I'm going to move that, I'm going to vote that we move, I'm going to move this to written decision. What am I saying here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I
I'm
second
going
it.
to move to written decision. This property
Yeah.
at 218 Pond Lane. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, next up is 2 Gin Lane LLC for renovation and to an existing dwelling.
Good evening, I'm Brian Sawyer with Sawyer Burson, Principal at Sawyer Burson. I'm here with my associate Eric Hoyster, and colleague Denise Schoen of the Adam Miller Group. And thank you again, once again, for your time and consideration on this. And especially last Friday, Chairman McIntyre, Board Member Claire, I believe you were on site. I'm sorry I missed the meeting, but you were there with Eric and my senior associate, Alex
Finally
Wilk.
represented.
And if you'd like, I can go through the presentation or just the updates and changes.
Actually,
Which-
if you could just quickly put the presentation up with elevations and take us through it, just top line, to remind the public, because it's an important property, an important location. I know we've gone through it, but I'd just like to take
Yep,
it
put this
elevation
up
by
on the
elevation one
screen.
more time, please.
I drive by this house every day.
Pardon me?
I drive by the house almost every
Oh, do you
day.
really?
Generally, what's on this.
Do you want the site plan? Sorry, I wasn't clear. Would you like to go through everything or just pull up the site plan and go through?
No, go through elevation by elevation quickly.
Okay, very good. So let's, so the changes from the last meeting include, we have redrawn all the dormers to match exactly the existing conditions.
Thank you.
And the item that we are requesting tonight is the pediment over the front door, which I believe was reviewed on site on Friday. And this is a feature that we strongly believe might be included here on the north facade, as it was a feature of the south facade when the entrance to the house was from the west on Meadow Lane. And I feel that, or we feel that in an obvious way, it points out the entrance, but although it's not historic to the house, we feel it would be an appropriate addition, and we are requesting to incorporate the pediment on this elevation on the north, which is aligned with the new gate on Gin Lane. And we can go then to the site plan. But those are the two items in the elevations, aside from others that we've gone over in the past, that we would like for you to consider this evening. If you go to the renderings, so this is the view from Gin Lane with the proposed gate and gate piers that show show over the gates the introduction of the pediment, which you see straight ahead, covering or shouldering the front door. And the next one is just simply the same
Are
Well,
you,
the
are you
drawing-
applying for those gates as part of this application right now? Is that a future application under gates?
We are, but if you don't want them, we'll pull them out of this presentation. Really what we are here for are the house itself, and moving the house and et cetera, all those items that we've included. So
Well, the gates that you have pictured the gates that you have pictured are not the gates that you have in the drawings. You have you have brick veneer, but that looks like that's wood panel. You have a pediment, a stone cap here in the drawing, but that's a plain, flat. This looks, and perhaps it's a visual thing, this stands proud and tall at 6'7". That doesn't appear to be 6'7". It appears to be closer to, visually, I'm just guessing, 5 to something less than that. So I would suggest, if,
You may want to just do the gate later.
yeah.
do it. And if that's an option, I think we
Right.
should. I apologize
Right.
for that confusion.
Right.
These are meant to be whitewashed.
I would
brick
also
and-
suggest
Yes.
that
Oh, wow.
historically, I don't believe there were gates on that property. I think the board is not, we can't arbitrarily deny gates, but I'd really ask the applicant to think about that.
Okay.
You're creating a beautiful house, and you're going to hide it behind hedges and gates? Why? That's a rhetorical question, but really,
Understood, and thank you for
okay,
sharing that.
thanks.
Jane?
No, I think what you're doing is respecting the house and its integrity, and applaud you for that. I would say wait on the gates and get the plan of the house going.
And
I know you said, Jack, do you have the ground plan? The
Yes.
site plan, can you put that? I
Yes.
just want to remind the public, the one other thing that is happening is that this house is being lifted and moved 8 feet to the west? 8'3" to the west. There is an existing garage that's being torn down that will, and actually, it will open up the sidelines for this house. And, moving houses in historic districts is not something we're generally fond of, but in this particular case, this house has been moved before. And in respect for the situation the house is in now versus the land upon which it used to sit, it makes sense for this house. So I just want to remind the public of that. So I have two questions. On page A300, you're moving the front door. The front door is currently situated to the right of where you're planning this pediment, correct? So you're moving a historic opening. Or are you?
We're,
Because if
we're
I'm,
using the opening that's existing. so
well, wait a
there's-
minute, that pediment
Right,
It doesn't look aligned.
doesn't look aligned. On that drawing, your front door is to the right of where that pediment is, and the existing above.
right.
And so you are in fact moving the door. You're
We're
you're
essentially swapping
relocating the
out,
front
right,
door,
Yeah, exactly. So that's moving to where there's the bay of 3 double hung windows.
right?
Is a door opening, and
Okay.
then 2 of those windows are moving to where.
That's
the-
not something I could support. Two things I couldn't support there. I couldn't support the pediment there, and I couldn't support the relocation of a door. Because now you're moving a historic opening. And number two, on the window patterns, we talked about this on site with fenestration. Do we have any historic evidence that we ever have or had? What have you got, 16/1s?
It's 16/1. Right?
Do we have any historic evidence for either that house or the sister house across the street that they ever had 16/1 windows in anything that Zach's been able to find?
We have generally historic guidelines from the village themselves as quoting Queen Anne style, typically having 16/1. The oldest photo we have of the house, unfortunately, is this from
That's the one we looked at, yeah.
inventory form, right? And it's
Okay.
unclear, but I think there is some suggestion that there is a divided light over a single pane on the lower side.
Well, I'm sure there's a divided light. My question is, was it as fanciful as a 16/1, or was it a smaller proportion divides? That's my question. But the one thing, because I think what you're doing to the house is wonderful. I think the repositioning the house is great. The moving and relocating of an existing opening and the addition of a pediment is not something I can really support, because you're basically realigning what is current to the street in its primary entrance.
Where was the original front door? It was on the west,
So that's now on the south side, so.
but the original entrance was on the west side of the house.
No, it
No?
was actually on the
It was
south.
on the south side, okay.
Yeah, but once it was turned again, and
That's,
and the entrance was introduced on Meadow, it was, there you see, that's the south facing. the
got it,
south.
okay. So it was,
Right, so that originally was facing Gin Lane. As that turns away, you could think of it as a pediment being reinstated on the other side. And I will point out, Mr. Chairman, that we have found what we believe to be original windows, uses
Okay.
taillights on the interior, and these are 5x5. And so that's 25/1, and so 16/1, I think, is of the same vernacular.
And where were those?
These are in an interior wall
Oh, okay,
on
that's-
the
'cause we didn't
second
see 'em
half
on
story.
site. Okay.
Yeah, in a bathroom.
All right.
And one Jim or does not have these?
One Jin, we have a photo.
Yeah, because I looked through a lot of the historic reference books that we have, and I went to the library, but I also tried to look at the house across the street, and that's what I was looking for. But both of them, there's no original window in either of those houses, so.
Right, we can only work with
Yeah.
what we see today, and that is,
Yeah.
that's one of the,
I think, at least in our opinion, it was an appropriate response to the house. The 4/1s, I mean, peculiar, I think, to most everyone. And in working very closely with Zach Studenroth, it was our evaluation we felt that it was best and most beautiful to take this approach. In any event, that's our
Okay.
a recreation of sorts in our mind. And of course, very interested to hear your thoughts on that. The front door, and I apologize for the confusion on that, we would like to move it and put the
Yeah.
pediment. If that's a deal breaker for the board, I think we would reverse that. But you can see that, and it's hard because I know mostly your work is divorced of interior partition and plan.
It is.
This puts the front door in alignment with the former front door, which is at the back of the house.
Which was the back of the
Where
house.
you would expect a hall to be at the
Right.
stair hall. So I know you, of course, appreciate the logic of that, but
I
to
do.
your point, Chairman
I do
McIntyre,
appreciate the logic of that.
it doesn't,
But for the historic
the
material-
actual door
but for
is.
the historical material and respecting the historical openings for the house, that's where I'm like.
If we pull up the plan, Eric, if we may, just take a look at this. We've removed the partition walls, however. What's hard to see then, without the plan, is that this actually comes in on a stair hall,
Yeah.
where you would
Yeah.
most expect the front door to be.
So, part of what makes historic houses interesting is their idiosyncratic nature or elements. And my guess is what you call the front door and the south door, what's the north and the south, never lined up when the house was first built. Did they? Or did they?
I meant they enter on the same space. There's a whole long hallway, but I doubt they did.
Right.
I seriously doubt they did. Plus, that might have
Right,
been.
so moving.
We didn't do a thorough probing of where
Well,
things might have
it
been.
just makes, well, right now, the south side, which was the front originally, correct? Because the house was turned 90 degrees.
Yes, that's
Right.
correct.
So if you look at where that door is, it's to the left-facing side of the house. It's not centered under the gable.
No, it's not.
Right,
It wasn't.
and you're leaving that off-centered. So it would seem to me to be consistent, although not necessarily geometrically aligned or geometrically consistent, to keep the idiosyncratic nature of the entrance on the north side to its original position. You know, as quirky as it may be, it surely wasn't symmetrically placed or nearly symmetrically placed under the gable, which,
It also gives you a more significant overhang over the door for protection arriving at the house, but
Until
the,
you put a pediment.
what? Well, yeah, but,
It actually more closely aligns with the other door, the same
yeah,
symmetry of that door placement,
if it was, to
No,
the- right, what,
where it was originally.
where it was originally.
yeah.
So, okay, let's do this. Do we have any comments from the public? All right, so here's where I think we are. Here's where I think we are is I think the moving of the door and the pediment doesn't feel like it has grand support from the board because you're moving a historical opening and we'd prefer that you not do that. The 16/1s I don't think is a deal opener. As a matter of fact, the evidence from the multi-pane window on the inside is actually kind of convincing. And if Zach believes that's appropriate, I don't think that's, for me, the hill to die on. I am very pleased, and we are very pleased that you are keeping the dormers the way they were, because I think it's the size and scale of them that also define the history of the house, so thank you for that. I think that's where we are. So I think we're down to that one issue.
Okay.
So I guess you're going to move for an adjournment and come back with drawings that reflect the non-removed door?
Is there any way to get this, make any changes here and get an agreement and a vote?
Let me ask my counsel.
I mean, we can close for a written decision, but, I mean, you need,
Pending receipt of updated drawings?
yeah, as long as you're comfortable with the way it's going to look without having seen it, that's usually what we do. If there's something that's simply being removed, then you can agree to that.
Yeah, I would be hard pressed, and maybe it's that I'm not an architect, so it's hard for me to visualize what it will be, especially, will there be a pediment or not?
Well, I think what I'm understanding is there wouldn't be a pediment. We'd just go back to the door without pediment as it exists today. Is that what you're saying?
Leaving the door in its current position?
Leaving the door in
That's
its
what the
current
board
position.
would,
Yeah.
leave the door
where
is
it
that
is.
what I'm understanding?
Leave the door where it is, leave the
Would
overhang
you
where it is. Don't-
accept the pediment over the existing front door?
Well, if you want a pediment, then we're gonna have to see that.
And that would put us,
That puts you to the next
I
meeting.
think we're,
then I would say we
think-
withdraw
I'm not gonna vote for a
Request
written
and-
decision, and I gotta see it.
Sounds like we don't have support. We
I-
need to see it
Am
one
I
more time.
wrong? I don't know.
Well, if the door is going to remain as it currently stands
And
no pediment,
and the overhang.
there's
the
no
porch
room- there's no
overhang is
change.
the same.
That's fine, yeah,
Okay,
then I would ask the board to consider on those terms.
okay.
okay.
Because you would have to submit updated drawings. But we could submit it for written decision pending the receipt of updated drawings. Because it's gonna take Alice time to write the written decision anyway, and I'll be looking at the plans before we sign off on them anyway.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, since that's the only outstanding issue, I am actually comfortable with moving to move this to written decision pending the receipt of updated drawings based on the discussion at tonight's meeting.
That would be
that-
wonderful. We'd
if-
be pleased
Can-
with that.
Can you-
The council has to tell me how to word that.
Can you just remind me which elevation the pediment is being removed from?
The north elevation.
I have a question. If we remove the pediment, will the new porch that's being put back on because the conservatory is being removed, will that go over the door? Will there be something over the front door?
Can you pull?
You could see it here.
Yeah, the porch.
The front doors.
it's recessed over the
The
porch.
It's
third-
recessed.
it's
Okay,
third
okay, that's
floor,
what that's what I was trying to,
That's the side.
okay.
So it's covered, it's just the pediment would
Yeah.
identify the door.
Okay.
It's the dash line, which is, I would say, an extended eave. It's not really an overhang. If I could clarify, this is the new line here. So the door here, it's not the purple. It's this The door being here would just simply have a deep eave over it. It's not a
Right.
porch. And that eave, what we had done in the past was manipulate that eave to carry the sort of entablature over to create a pediment, but that's what we're talking about not employing at this location. as I
Okay, so
understand
now,
it.
Hang on, okay,
now
you know
this,
what,
this,
I'm
this,
sorry, but
this layman is now confused.
yes. I guess the question is was your plan to bring us drawings that look exactly like that? Like the existing?
Yes, in response to your
The
comments
same
this
roof line,
evening,
same location of door,
we
same.
would keep the door there, show you exactly the design, the actual drawings of that. We have to replace the door is my only point. It's just in terrible shape. But in that location, with this, I believe it has side lights and the design that you see.
But what's this about the eaves? I'm lost.
Nothing, it wouldn't change the roof line at all, which is the existing.
The roof
And
line
it-
or the porch?
Well, the
What I was
porch
trying to
is-
distinguish is it's really not a porch at this position. The
Yeah.
porch is
Okay.
further over.
I got it.
Further over.
Okay.
So it's
Mr.
simply just
Chairman?
an overhang which
Yeah.
is created by the.
Might I suggest
Your advice is have them come back to the next meeting with updated drawings.
that we are not ready to close the record on this, and perhaps what we could do is, I know that the applicant has a lot of representatives here and you're coming far. I would suggest that you submit revised plans and participate via Zoom,
Mhm.
and that way it's less of your time and we can move forward, but I don't think this is
It's a bit
a
unresolved.
good way
I'd
to
say.
make a
So,
decision
Okay.
on an important house.
So you would not accept simply leaving the door where it is, replicating that door in our renovation?
No, we're not saying that. We would accept leaving the door it is, replicating the door it is. What we're saying is for tonight, we're going to adjourn tonight
Mhm.
pending receipt of updated, accurate drawings. Because right now, what you're calling existing and what you're calling proposed, we would need to see new plans showing the actual drawing as proposed, an update to this elevation to reflect tonight's conversation. But you can do, if you want, you can, to Alice's point, you can call and do that by Zoom.
Especially
I just
since
think we need to actually see it.
the door's changing and,
Yeah. So we have a 100% accurate record.
yeah.
So, sounds to me like you're asking for an adjournment, so we can come back to the next meeting and finish this.
No, but I guess I am now.
But I don't think you have the votes, you don't have the vote, so I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 2 Gin Lane to the meeting of February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
It's just,
favor?
Aye.
in the scheme of things, it's just,
Thank you
Okay.
for consideration. Thank you.
thanks, Brian.
All right. So next up, we have 292 Ox Pasture Road, 292 Ox Pasture Road LLC.
Very quickly, just some comments from John Bennett, who I am, and the lawyer. Jorge Gomez is the project architect, and Monica Zasta is the property representative. These are in response to comments we heard at the January 23rd meeting. We submitted revised architectural plans rendering spec sheets for the proposed hardware and lighting. So I'm going to, following the rules of homiletic, I'm going to tell you, and homiletics, I'm going to tell you what we're going to tell you, then we're going to tell you, then we'll tell you what we told you.
Just remember,
Quickly.
we're fans of Cliff Notes.
I'm
Go
confused
ahead.
already.
We're big fans of Cliff Notes. Go ahead.
As requested by the board, the color of the windows have been trimmed and been lightened considerably. The metal roof has been minimized. I didn't quite get, some of the members were a little bit uncomfortable. There's a large panel of it. So we just took that away and made it shingle, wooden shingle. There are certain portions that are now lead-coated copper over the dormers and over some shallow roofs over the conservatory and the screen porch, as opposed to the dark gray, almost black that it was. Light fixtures reduced in number and scale. The single large window by the stairwell has been replaced by 2 separate windows. We submitted by correspondence dated February 9 some inspiration that we had for those combined windows. And the pool house door is now depicted as glass without the lower solid panel. And Jorge Gomez will take you through those, but I just wanted to let you know, a little bit foreshadowing what he's going to show you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And you guys are prepared to share this digitally?
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
yeah, how you doing? My name is Jorge Gomez. I think I raised my hand. Oh, my apologies.
Any news on when the camera's coming back? Seriously.
We've been
I
asking
hear
for a
you.
while.
It's
It's been a technologically
Sage, you
noisy
got any news
evening.
for us back there on that? Tomorrow?
Just that you asked.
Thank you.
That's all it took? Right.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing now.
It's like a Valentine's Day gift.
Oh, that's right.
All right. I love making these meetings better.
Not coming up? You should be able to share your screen. Okay, got it. I believe you guys have these. So as you can see, we did a significant change in consideration of your comments about the window trims and all that. So now it's a lot lighter, not as dark as it used to be before. It was darker gray, now it's a very light gray. We have samples right here
Okay.
for you to consider. We also replaced the aluminum for lead coated copper instead, so it's more of a organic way to approach. We reduced the amount of metal that we're going to do on the roof, and we reduced the scale of the lamps outside, as per your comments.
Can you show that large panel that was on the roof that's now been replaced by cedar? I think that might be helpful to know which elevation that is.
Okay. That will be in the previous submission, but I can definitely share that. It's okay. So the previous one is here, and all these amount right here is not,
Oh, right.
it's not metal anymore. It's all wood now. All this area right here. That was the previous one.
Yep.
It softens the,
Yeah, it's a lot more. Oops, sorry.
So,
And as you can see also, I'm sorry, the pool house is also now full glass as per your comments, Mark, and it's a lot more shingle style, it looks like.
The reason I wanted to see that panel is I didn't hear a big no, but I knew there was some, I knew there was a little bit of uncomfortability about that
there was.
large metal piece, so we just took it off.
And we're using the coated copper instead of the darks.
I am. Hang on. Flipping your pages, and there's a lot of them. Hang on. I have a question, which is in the elevation, the first elevation you showed showing the garage
Mm-hmm.
and the doors and the strapping.
Mm-hmm.
So you've reduced the light fixtures so much they disappeared. So that to the
Oh, they're here.
those are the only two no's. So that large fixture, that's not just missing in the rendering. You've taken completely up. No, to the right of the garage door.
Yeah.
No.
What, this?
Yes.
Yeah, we got rid of that one.
Yeah. There was a humongous light fixture.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a beautiful light that we got rid of.
Yeah. So that one's gone, and that one's gone.
Yeah.
much more subdued now, yes.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks better even just putting them on the middle door
Yeah.
versus on the
Yeah.
two ends.
Looks very
Yeah,
nice.
smart move.
Anything else in your presentation?
No, that's.
Okay. Board members. Jay?
What color are the garage doors again? Is it this sample here?
Yeah.
And that's the same color as the surround of the windows, or the
No.
window trim?
So here are the colors. This is the garage doors and the front door. This is windows and doors. Perfect. That is the trim.
Got it,
windows
okay.
and doors,
Yeah,
and
they're all
that's the
gray.
siding.
All right,
We
good.
took a very modest consideration of your comments
And
because.
that is instead of the dark charcoal
Mhm.
aluminum roof, it's now lead coated copper and reclaimed oak.
Is that green?
Yeah.
The garage door color?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's called
Yeah, we submitted all the names.
3308. Fine paints of Europe.
It's beautiful.
Only the best.
And where's the reclaimed wood is on the supports of the porch? Is
Yeah, it's also the trellis. In all the
Oh, right,
trellis.
right, right.
Yeah.
Jeff, any comments?
It's an attractive house. I
I know it's going back and forth.
thank you for breaking up the windows and the stairway. I think it looks actually much better.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The original drawings were nice. This is even better. And breaking up the windows and changing up the windows and the roof, it all works. So, and the only regret is that it is on a flag lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Jeff and Mark, much improved.
Thank you.
I would say two things. First of all, as always, thank you for taking our comments into consideration. Thank you for getting them. I think they're great. Though I do have a question. Are there any comments from the public?
Another
Okay.
example that we do approve homes that don't fit the, historic to the T nature of the Southampton Village. I think it's a beautiful house.
Thank you.
It feels to me like the balance, the scale, and the size is architecturally appropriate to the neighborhood, and I think the massing of the house is appropriate to the neighborhood. I think it's a pretty house. I'm going to move that we accept, move to written decision, 292 Ox Pasture Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it. That's a pretty house.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, now we move to new matters historic. The first is 266 North Main Street. Is the applicant present?
We have affidavits and they're in order.
Yeah, it was the trim work. It wasn't the roof itself. It's kind of like just a feature of the parts of the roof.
292 Ox Pasture Road.
Over the
Are they on?
dormers.
They're coming in.
Dormers.
I think that's
Looks like
Lisa, isn't it? Yep.
joining us on Zoom. There you go.
Can't see me?
We can see you. We can now see you.
Oh, now you.
Oh, okay.
So just like a design element more than
Okay.
a
All right.
massive roof.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, good.
Lisa Saloga, I am the architect for the applicant. This project is in fact in the historic district, however, this house was just built a couple of years ago.
You're a little
and
hard to
our-
hear. Can you bump up volume from your end?
I can try. Let me just talk louder, how's that?
That's your choice.
Okay, so, this house is in the historic district. However, it was just built a couple of years ago. And our addition is, on the rear of the house. And it's a porch addition. Let's see if I can get, I hate this thing up here. I can't make it clear.
Yeah, it's just this, right?
There we go. So the,
It just, yeah.
basically this, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this house, it has like a two-story middle section, and then it has two, flat wings on either side. And our addition is going to extend that screened-in porch that's on the south side. So if I find, so from the back of the house, this is the rear elevation. The screened-in porch addition is behind one of those flat wings. And there's currently like a pit for the people to be able to come out of the basement, and we're gonna cover that over and build the screened-in porch that will open up onto the patio. All the materials will match the existing. It'll just look like the screen porch that's there now currently.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to have to ask you to come back because I don't find the file complete. I have an east elevation. I don't have a full north elevation of the house showing exactly where the extension looks like. I only have a slight drawing of north and proposed east. So I think I'm gonna have to ask you for full photographs on the house, which may be in the file, but I think we're gonna need full elevations, both east and south, in order to understand this.
I saw photos in the Dropbox.
There's photos in the
Yeah.
Dropbox.
Yeah, there's photos, and the south elevation, the east elevation, the reason the north elevation, the reason that you only have a partial north elevation is because the rest of it would just be hidden, by the rest of the house as a two-story wall.
I'm sorry, but I still wanna see a full north elevation of the house showing what the extension looks like. I need to see how long the house is. Was that in your packet? Because all we have is 2 sheets.
Well, you should have the floor plans, and then you have this is the south elevation where you'll actually see the addition.
This wasn't in our
The north
Yeah.
elevation literally would just be the reverse of that. I can draw it, but it literally, I didn't think it was necessary, because it's really not, nobody can ever really see it from the north side. You're not gonna be able to see kind of where the addition is located.
Okay,
on the far
here's
south
the
side.
problem. Lisa, here's the problem. I don't know what was submitted, but in terms of the drawing, and in terms of the required print plans to the board, the only thing we have is, I'll hold it up, this one, which is this, and a floor plan, but we don't have any other elevations that were provided to the board.
Materials,
In
anything.
terms of the required materials. So I think what we're gonna have to do is adjourn this until we have a full set of required materials, because you got 4 people here scratching their head, because we don't
Okay.
actually have we did not have in our packets to review what is on your screen currently.
Okay,
Okay? And nor is it in the file.
that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
that's
but,
fine.
because that's why I'm asking. We're scratching our heads, but we don't have what you're showing us, nor do we have it to review it to bring to this meeting. So I think I'm gonna ask that we adjourn this until that we have full written plans to review as a board, as individuals, so we can see it in totality. Then I think that's more fair to this discussion to the board members at this point.
Okay, I didn't draw the front elevation because there's no change to it. Are you saying you want me to draw the front elevation also?
No, because you should have a front elevation because the house was built, but no, but I want to see, I guess we want to see.
Well, there are no
north,
details on
north, southeast.
materials?
Is that
or-
what I want to see? Hang on.
So you don't have, well, it was definitely
No.
in the Dropbox, but with all the,
Yes.
it says all
The,
trim to match existing. You don't have that?
requirements are to drop off, X number of printed set of
Yeah,
plans which are
no, I-
distributed, and we don't have them.
Okay,
So I'm going to move for that reason. I think I'm just going to move that we adjourn the discussion of 266 North Main Street pending the receipt of materials, and we adjourn it to February 27th.
Second.
To a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Lisa.
Mark,
Yeah.
can you, all right, yeah, no, that's fine. March 27th
Yeah.
is fine, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
No,
it's 2
Feb-
weeks. 2
February
weeks from tonight.
27th, Lisa.
I'm sorry, February 27th,
27th.
2 weeks from tonight. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Okay, this moves us to carryover matters. Now, first one in public hearings non-historic, which is 71 Hill Street LLC, demolish of an existing commercial building. That's been adjourned. Do we need to vote to adjourn it?
Yeah.
This is a current request.
Yeah.
So I need to vote.
Yes.
So I move we accept the applicant's request to adjourn 71 Hill Street to March 13th, 2023. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up is Gary Flanagan, 20 Hillcrest Avenue, for the demolition of a dwelling. Is the applicant present? Right? Is the applicant coming in, or is the architect coming in?
Good evening.
Evening.
Bill Slight, the applicant. This is 20 Hillcrest Avenue. At the last meeting, you requested that I submit documentation regarding the condition of the building, which required that it be demolished. I've submitted 8 photographs to the file and a letter of explanation captioning each of those photographs.
Okay. Do you have an electronic file of this? Can you share your screen and show the pictures?
Yes, I can.
Can you run through them for me just so the public can see it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is 2 photographs of the structure prior to its demolition.
But we're not seeing your screen just yet.
You're not.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's not sharing. This one?
Yep.
Sharing off.
In the photo, come out of the photo itself or the,
Yeah.
go into the Zoom.
You click share and then select the tab or the file you want to show, correct?
Scroll down. There you go. See share screen?
Mm-hmm.
Great. And now you're going to go to your folder there.
There you go.
That's it. So, yep.
Up.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
now just click on the,
Now just click on the photos.
Great.
All right. Thanks for your help. Thank you. Can you see the image now?
Well, you just have to double click on it, Bill.
Double click on the image so when you can see it full screen, we can see it full screen.
Well, it's
Click it. Getting older.
Start again. You have to open the photo and then click the photo from your screen.
Can you see that? Can you see the screen?
We can see the screen, but the photos are small. We're seeing your files, we're not seeing a single photo on the screen.
Sage, can he hear your instructions? Would you like me to repeat them?
You have to open the photo and then click share screen, and then you should be able to see the photo and click that. Right now we can only see your finder.
Alex, do you have these in a single file by chance?
No, these weren't shared with the building department digitally.
Yes, they were. They were. It was a thumb drive was given to you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't in my email, so it's not something that I could pull up, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do in the,
Oh,
okay, there we
you
go.
All right?
Yep.
Yeah, you
Okay.
check that was.
So what we have here is 2 images of the house prior to demolition. The top photo was taken from Hillcrest, and the lower photo is from the rear of the property, which also has a frontage on Miller Road. This building was built in a post-war period. It was not a well-built structure at all. Let me see if I can move, trying to get it go to the next photograph.
there you go.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Yes.
This is an image of the foundation of the building, and it shows the conditions that generally would be represented by the entire foundation. It was a block foundation. It was not built on any footing. In fact, some of the vertical joints didn't even possess grouting. There was no sill plate, no anchor bolts, no hurricane strapping. No dam proofing on the walls to prevent any water from seeping into the lower part of the building, which during freezing conditions, of course, meant that the coursing, the mortar coursing that was there would be loosened by freezing and thawing. So it was a very compromised foundation. This is an image, once again, showing the foundation, the lack of a sill plate, the lack of dam proofing, the way in which the structural cracking, was rampant throughout the entire foundation. You can see the course of that foundation cracking, followed from the top of the wall down through the courses to the lower part of the foundation. The building was clad in cedar shakes. This is another image showing you the floor frame. It's 2x8s, no sill plate, no anchor bolts, water seepage, cracking, no footing.
Okay.
Another image that depicts the structural cracking that traveled down the walls, the water seepage, the lightweight framing of the floors at more than 16 inches on center. It's hard to see in this photograph, but there's actually evidence of dry rot in the floor planking.
Okay.
Next photo was taken during the course of demolition. These gentlemen are disassembling the roof. You can see that the roof rafters.
And just for the public record, they were disassembling the roof without a demolition permit, but go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I realize that, that's prior to my involvement with the project.
I understand.
What I've been asked is to document the condition of the
Yes.
building. This photograph, does show the structure, how the building, was put together. 2x6, roof rafters, a very small 2x8 ridge beam, 2x6 wall framing, 24 on center. The only thing that I think that showed some forethought and proper construction was the fact that they had made the sheathing on the outside of the building, which is a 1x8 tongue groove. It was placed on the diagonal, which did give shear strength to the walls. This is a close-up view of the sheathing of the roof. This is after the shingles had been removed. You can see that the little round circles you see are evidence of where the roofing nails penetrated the sheathing and tracked in moisture, which caused conditions to dry rot. It also is evident from that there was no moisture or vapor barrier under the shingles. They were simply applied to the top of the roof sheathing.
And one more.
This is a final photo, and this sort of sums up all the conditions that we were talking about. You see in this the foundation wall without a footing, without any dam proofing, with water seepage, no sill plate, no anchor bolts, no hurricane strapping, no insulation in the walls, no headers over the doors, no headers over the windows, 2x4 lightweight 2x6 framing. All this indicates that the house, in order to be brought into current standards, was not possible. It would have been financially unfeasible to submit this house to that kind of extensive renovation, which would have required reframing of all the walls in order to provide wall thicknesses that would be to support the current insulation standards.
Okay.
The foundation was inadequate and was not properly supporting the building. The wall framing and roof framing was substandard, as was the floor framing. And generally, the entire condition of the house rendered it to be in such poor condition that it could not be saved and would not be economically viable to try to upgrade.
Okay, I just want to, two things, then I'm going to turn over to the board members. I want to correct something. We didn't ask you to provide this. You had volunteered to provide it, and we just said we wanted you to go ahead and finish this paperwork and submit it to the file before we rendered our decision, which I thank you for. This is a situation where a house was demolished without a demo permit, and the applicant came after the fact asking us to approve a demo permit for a house that was almost already demoed. So we need to move this process along, but we needed to have all the proper information into the file before we could finish that decision. That's the situation we're in. So from that presentation to the board members, I say, do you have any other questions or comments?
No questions on my part. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
No, had it followed the normal procedure, we would have granted a demo.
Yes.
Right.
Jane?
Yes.
Okay. So, first of all, Mr. Slight, thank you. I know this took a bit of time to do, and I thank you for coming through, but I feel like since we were in a situation that was atypical, and we're correcting a wrong a little bit here, that it made sense to have all the documentation in hand before we close the file.
Oh, absolutely. I think that your request was a very reasonable one, and fortunately, there was enough of the building extant to be able to demonstrate these conditions to you, and I'm glad to see that the conditions do go into the record.
Right. Now, just for clarity, so the application is for both the demo and new construction?
No, we have not. We are not seeing new construction because the original application was a separate architect that's clearly on the project. The only thing we're looking at right now is closing the application for demolition.
For demolition.
Right. So, but I just, from a procedural standpoint, is the application for approval a new house, or is that going to be a new application and posting?
It will essentially have to be a new application because new drawings are being prepared for a new design. We are going to go first through the zoning board in order to get certain conditions of the site clarified.
So the only thing we will be determining now is to approve the application for demolition tonight.
So the applicant has withdrawn their request for the new house at this time.
Okay.
That's correct.
So John, Jane, any other comments? And do I have any comments from the public? Okay, so based on the receipt of this letter, I'm going to move then that we accept the applicant's application to demolish 20 Hillcrest Avenue.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, and thank you for the work. I do appreciate it. Next up is Claire.
Can I ask, is there going to be a written decision associated with this? Because there's not plans to be signed.
No, this is just an application for demolition. They're not in the historic district.
No, it's sufficient for us to have the file and the minutes on this, Alex.
Okay, then I guess we'll have to put the minutes to the attention of the building inspector to close out the file and allow for the demolition permit.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up is 37 Pheasant Close West. Claire and David Kershey. Are you here? You are. Can you please introduce yourself to the public?
My name is Gabriel Gombana, the project designer on the project for David and Claire Kershey.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Gabriel,
Gabriel, okay.
or Gabe for short.
And Gabriel, your company?
I'm sorry?
And your company?
Shepherd
is-
Engineering.
Great, okay, thank you.
So per the last hearing, what we were asked to go in for the rear was to leave everything the same as we were presenting the last time, which was all matching existing. And the things we were asked to change was the lighting on the second floor deck, the position of them, and the thickness of the columns, as well as the lights also on the rear addition. There isn't the deck on the left side if you look here on the west elevation. So what we did was we went in, we removed one light from the right side of those sliding doors for the addition. And then on the second floor deck addition, we removed, we were gonna remove both lights, but per a meeting that the homeowner had with Larry Fiorello, it was stated that it is code to have one, so we decided to leave one. And then we went into the columns that were originally 4x4 on the previous design and made them into 12x12 columns and left the deck the same size, 10 feet off the ground, 10 feet 9 inches to be exact, and coming 10 feet off of the rear facade. Everything stayed the same, and that was all that we were asked to go in and change.
Okay. That's on the west elevation. Now, what about the east elevation, the front? What changes did you make to the front porch?
To the front, all we were asked was to reposition the columns slightly by making them thicker, and by doing that and changing how far out the front portico went. Originally the issue was they were kind of in line with those windows, but we managed to work them out where they're just outside while still being able to use those 12x12 columns, because we did have 4x4 in those originally as well.
Yeah, they were.
It looks more substantial now.
Yeah, they
It's-
looked a little mingy before.
Yeah.
If I recall, the front door, the side lights, and the two lights to either side of the two windows to either side of the front door, that's pre-existing, right?
Yep, those are existing.
Right. So you're just adding. This is just adding what you got the variance for, which is to push the porch out and add the two porch posts in the porch.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Board members?
Nothing for me.
No objection.
Jane?
No, I think, you removed the extra lights that were there and scaled up the, columns.
Okay. Do I have any comments from the public? Okay. Thank you. Coming out of last, I know they're in a hurry to move this project along, but coming out of the last meeting, I appreciate that you took our comments to heart and you came back and you matched them, and I think that the house looks better for it, and we also appreciate you listening and paying attention to the detail.
Yep.
So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's application for 37 Close West. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You'll miss us. You've been here several times. Okay. Next up is 144 Downs Path, Daniel Brockett, for the construction of a two-story single-family dwelling with attached two-car garage.
This is another one, but I just added that.
This one coming?
Yeah, one coming up.
Are they here?
Good evening, Father.
There we are. Hello?
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and your company, please?
Yes, sir. Ryan Kessner, architect. Ryan T. Kessner, architect, PC.
Great.
Can I proceed, or?
Yes, please go ahead.
So this was for 144 Downs Path. At our last meeting, you had requested that we tone it down a bit. And I'd like to present it to you and show you what we decided to do and do the thing.
Great.
Can you see my screen?
Almost.
It's loading.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we took your comments to heart. and I do think it came out a bit better. We removed all the transoms from the windows, which certainly helps simplify it. We got rid of the eyebrow up here, and then we took away the little bump outs here that we had with the white trim and all that stuff, which does present for a much simpler design. Even on the rear elevation as well, we eliminated all those transoms and the eyebrow as well. And quite honestly, you know, it has a dramatic difference on it. Definitely simplifies the design. I do agree with that. And we also, what we did in turn is we added a screen porch here with some paneling and things of that nature, and then put some trellises out here. We also simplified the pool house as well as per your suggestion. And I will leave it to you for any comments you may have.
Okay. Board members.
There is one elevation in your renderings that has the transom windows that still exist. Was that intentional, or did you just
No,
miss that one?
I must have apologized.
That would be the, oh my God, the west elevation?
Let's see if it shows up on,
There shouldn't be any transients. I have the elevations right here.
this, well, let's.
They're on the renderings, but not the elevations.
Yeah, okay, so we're good.
Okay, so the front is, what? Front is, the front is west.
The board can be rest assured there are no transients on this house whatsoever.
Yeah, the only comment I have, and it's not, a deal breaker by any means, is the window in the pool house just seems odd to me.
That
The
was the one
placement.
window that we did, and we commented on it last time.
Well, last time I had two windows there, and you asked me to simplify it. So we simplified the elevation by removing the one of the windows, and also taking away some of the trim out of here as well.
Maybe just simplify it one bit further.
Okay, so if I take the window out altogether, does that appease you?
I mean, that's just, and that would be on the back side. It doesn't bother me so much. Well, I guess because it's on the back side. But yeah, I mean, I think that would be a good thing.
Okay. You can certainly adhere to that.
And I guess their intent there is that an open ceiling under the decking there? Is it meant to provide light into the?
Yes.
Okay.
Light and ventilation, if it does get hot up, during the summer when you get all the heat reflecting off of here, it cools up here.
Right.
So then you have a window open and
If no one else has an issue with it, I just think
It's funny because I don't have an issue with the window. I'm not sure I love that window, but
maybe if it was just one set of, I don't know. I just think it looks odd. But other than that, I think everything else looks great.
Yeah, the improvements on the house, I have no objections to. As in the prior application, I'd like the applicant to consider removing the gate from this application until the house is built. Because right now, even though this is a 2-acre lot, I'm sorry, is it 2 acre or is it 60, an acre and a half?
It's a non-conforming R80 lot. It only has 60,000 square feet on it.
Right. So you've gone to great effort to simplify the house. At the same time, the gate is, as it was before, which is, I find a bit overstated and perhaps a bit pretentious for the changes you made. So I would not be approving the gate. So I don't know if anybody else has objections to the
No,
gate as
well,
currently
Well, I
designed.
want to correct something actually for myself. The rendering on the pool house has one set of windows and the drawings have a different one. So I'm okay with the drawings. It's the rendering that's what's incorrect, so I apologize.
Okay, no problem. We can absolutely, we will go by the drawings. And we can certainly put the gate under a separate application.
Yeah, because it would behoove you to read the gate policy before you come back to us.
Sure.
Because we actually have a published gate policy that was adopted in the fall. And these don't seem to match the transparency or the height of the policy, so I would ask you to look at that.
Okay, absolutely.
And the other thing I would ask you for this and other applications is please cardinal points on your paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now you've got front, left. When I need to know, generally speaking, we like our plans to have cardinal points of north, south, east, and west.
Okay,
as well.
absolutely.
Okay. Jane?
I was just curious about them high jumping over this barbecue pit in the back still? We're not going to put any kind of an opening on that?
High jumping a barbecue.
Your open kitchen on the back of the pool house.
Well, they're not going to high jump over this. This is for when you have, well, I guess you could if you have a good party. But, this is more for when you have staff coming in here and you don't want random people coming back here and
Right.
disturbing the staff while they're.
So it's intentional. It's
intentional.
Yeah. Is that a pickleball court?
Yes.
I love that.
Are you a
Okay.
pickleball
Here-
player?
here's
No,
what
but I think I would love to be.
Here's what I'm going to say about your outdoor kitchen. It's not the hill for me to die on, but from a truly practical standpoint, that makes no sense. Just because when the family's there and out in the backyard and using this, to have a dead-end kitchen like that, just from a logical standpoint, I don't love. But as far as from an ARB standpoint, it's not the hill to die on for me. But you might want to rethink that, because it's basically people trapped in a place they can't get out of. Although they could jump over it, but that's not really an
Sounds
ARB
safe.
issue. But just from a practical standpoint.
All the ways you could present that.
All right, do I have any comments from the public? All right, so I think that I am going to move that we accept the applicant's application for 144 Downs Path, the construction of a two-family dwelling. Do I have a second?
But not the gate.
But not the driveway gates.
But
Not the
with
driveway
the
gate.
exclusion of the driveway gate. Do I have a second?
So
Thank
just when there was a generator that's on this list here, is that freestanding or?
Yes, it's a freestanding generator. It's gonna be placed back out here. We're gonna screen it, all that other good stuff. We'll put the isolators on and keep it quiet.
Okay.
What do you-
No,
Okay.
as long as it's not
It's for emergency use.
visible
right?
from the street.
No, it won't be visible from the street, and it's for emergencies, like if you have another Sandy come out and knock
Yeah.
out power for.
No, I understand that, but we have,
It's in the back, it's in the
right,
backyard.
there's a growing concern that people are putting their generators away from their house, closer to their neighbors and closer to the street. So, but this is not objectionable from that standpoint.
No, he's 15 feet off his property line in the
Yep.
backyard. Okay.
Okay.
Was there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, I appreciate it.
Okay. Next up is 64 Down East Lane, 495 Ox Pasture Road, construction of a single-family dwelling. Good
Hi
evening,
there.
please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, Nick Martin and Tim Grenning of Martin Architects.
Okay.
So we had 4 items that I think the board had issue with.
Well, we had issue with more than just items overall, so why don't you just
Yeah.
take us to the top, almost like
Sure.
a new presentation.
Sure. So
It's not the same house.
do you want to? The first easiest to discuss is the angle to which the house was originally presented. The board had requested it to be parallel with the road, so we conform with that request. And now you'll find the Okay, so as you can see, the two neighbors are roughly 80 to 88 feet from the street line. Ours is now 134 feet, so some 58 feet further, and it is also parallel with the ox pasture as you had requested. So we conform with that item. The second item, that's the obvious one, is that the original vernacular was modern, and so we have conformed with a request to make this house to have more of a gabled and transitional and even traditional vernacular. We also have reduced the overall footprint by some 2,500 square feet. So as you can see to the left and to the right, it used to be a larger form that had a larger massing to it. So now we have a scale difference that allows for the first and second floor to read differently. We've also reduced the amount of window mass by some 25 to 28%, depending on which elevation you look at. And another element that we've conformed to is that we are now keeping the house with more of a cedar, and we have a sample here for you, a cedar, clear cedar, and that will stain to a silvered, more of a typical vernacular in the area. And we're choosing to do a nickel gap and a rain screen element in different areas, but basically all one material. And we're presenting a black and flat metallic window, which is clad window, and a matte roofing material that has no glare and is of a lead coat copper type finish.
Do you want to take us around the individual elevations, please?
Sure. So the south elevation, I'll just pull it up here. The south elevation has a more typical single gable form that basically expands as the entrance to the house, with two different scaled roofs behind them that have the gable in the opposite direction. The facade is this nickel gap cedar with rain screen elements between the windows, as you can see, flanking symmetrically on both sides of the gable. The gable actually has a bit of a prow to it, so the idea is to do a more three-dimensional object. So it is a typical gable, but it has within it a bit of a prow, like a ship's prow to the front. And as I mentioned, we've reduced the height of all of the second and first floors, as well as the percentage of glass for each of the spaces. And then as you move to the right, the next piece of the gable form is set back and has a lower roof pitch to it, also with the same lead coat copper roof. And then to the right, you can see at the first floor mass, and the idea here is to separate the scale and to try to build a little bit of even though it's a large house, to try to build in some sense of smaller scale leading to larger scale. We have a bit of a trellis element that unifies that element to the element behind it, and we'll speak about that as we go on to the other form, but there's a mirrored or symmetrical form on the left and right of the front facade, as you can see. And here in the rear, I could just go with that elevation. Again, we've reduced the amount of glass substantially, reduced the scale substantially. Again, moved towards a gable form. And here also we have the proud gable element, which gives it some sculptural elements. And
when you're saying rear, you're talking about the north elevation.
Yeah, we're at the north elevation.
Okay.
So this also, as I said, is reduced in scale and glass, but it has also a slight difference. Before, the majority of the house, say 90% of it, was all at grade level. This one now has, you could see about 5 risers there, and some of the elements, and in other areas there's graded elements. So we're trying to, again, reduce scale by bringing up the earth in certain areas and presenting where the entrances to the building is through these risers. So it's a similar facade to the front, but now we have 2 gables with, again, on the left and right, similar forms that are single story. Then the west elevation, we have, as you can see, there's 2 different scales of gable with, as you can see in the left, the entrance trellis, again, is trying to speak to the first floor scale, and then that comes across here in the middle with what is really a simple form, a simple, somewhat transitional element. And then as we go down to the east elevation.
Stay on the west for a second.
Sure.
There's a terrace coming off of that bedroom that faces the neighbor to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And how deep is that terrace?
Let's go to the plan there. Tim, do you happen to know the depth of that?
East to west, I believe it's, I want to say 18.
18 wide or 18 deep?
18 deep, and then it would be roughly the same.
So it's an
running north
18.
and
It's an
south.
18 by 18 terrace.
This is 14 here.
Yeah, the
14.
plan says
14,
14.
14, yeah.
Okay.
And it's, as you can see, that element that shrouds it there has a bit of a focusing element that reduces the mass of it to the neighbor.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Sure, so let's head over to go back to the
I think you're up to the east elevation.
east elevation. Yeah, the east elevation where the garage is, the garage is a simple facade, similar to the rest of the elevation, but it would be stained darker. And we have that unifying trellis that's coming across from the front to the back. And as you can see, it's got a reduced amount of glass, and again, the scale is reduced by, we have eliminated the second floor on this elevation.
Can I just ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
You see where to the right of the pediment at the top, to the gable at the top? What is that just a trick of your a trick of the rendering, or what is that point?
Okay, so I think it's the prow that you're speaking of.
Is that it's just because it's just that's the gable that's coming this way.
Yes.
That's the point of it. It just
Yeah,
looks
so
odd on the. Okay.
The concept is that we're somewhat abstracting a traditional gable form,
All
but
right.
there's many examples in the early era of
Okay.
shingle form to try to sculpturally tie elements
what it is.
together.
I think your rendering picked up shadow. All right.
Well,
Got it.
It looks to me like it's open slats.
There are rain screen elements, but typically in the porches and between windows.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what this little point was here, but that's a shadow. Then the rendering showing a shadow line, I think. Okay.
Yeah, so we've also produced some planting plans. Do you want to jump to that? That show quite a bit of deciduous and coniferous plants that will provide more privacy and also obscure the view from the ox pasture road. There's quite a bit of existing plantings, very mature privet and coniferous shrubs and trees throughout. We have a legend here that explains it, but I think it'll be quite full and rich with its existing and potential new plantings.
Jay?
Again, it's 135 feet from the road. Yeah, which is, again, some 58 feet closer. The neighbors are 58 feet closer than this application. So it's really quite some distance.
Okay. Is that your presentation? Or you just-
Yeah,
Okay.
unless you have some questions for us, we'd love
Oh, I
to,
bet.
love to answer
Okay.
anything you have.
Let me turn it over to the board members. Board members.
All right, well, let me start, and forgive me if this may sound a bit tutorial, but Section 11633, that defines the duties of the board. Section A says that the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation is charged with the duty of maintaining desirable character, and a few other things, and disapproving the construction, reconstruction, alteration of buildings, and so on, that it finds, or without consideration of the harmonious relation of the new or altered buildings to such buildings as already exist and the environs in which they are set. And I want two things to underscore: those things that already exist and the environs, which is a rather broad term. Subsection B then goes on to say the board is charged with the duty of exercising sound judgment and rejecting plans in which in its opinion are not harmonious character because of proposed style, materials, mass, line, color, detail, or placement upon the property or in relation to buildings, and so on. So let me go through a couple of those things, and perhaps you've read this and perhaps you're familiar with it, but it's the basis upon which we make judgments. And so let's go down these one by one. In terms of the style, you will find no buildings of this style on ox pasture, from the easternmost end to the westernmost end. That by and of itself may not compel us to reject this, but it does create one initial reason for me to have a concern. Secondly, materials. And there are probably a half a dozen items, but at least three that I can recall in terms of material. The metal roof that's used a fair amount, the fenestration, both in terms of the style of fenestration. You said it would be outlined, I believe, in black or some other dark color. I think the windows itself may be shaded or something like that. The materials on the building were something other than a traditional cedar shingle, or something that is even close to that. I know you made allusions to the fact that it had elements of that. Mass, I don't think that's an issue here, other than the fact that because, and the mass, you use the word scale, and sometimes scale and mass are used interchangeably, but in this particular section of the code, we refer to mass. And because there are such straight lines along the roof and such dramatic and contemporary lines, it does appear massive, as opposed to many of the other houses of a more traditional style, in which you'll see different ridge lines, different roof lines that have the impact of reducing the mass and the scale. And in this case, I use the words scale not only in the architectural sense, but in the human sense, so the human scale. So this house has a large human scale because of its massiveness, or at least its appearance of massiveness, because of its basically straight across the top, straight down to the bottom, with a couple of gables breaking into it. But it creates a rather block-like, massive structure. The line, well, that's sort of mass and line. I sort of touched on that. The color, I think, with in the case of the windows, the color is an issue. I think the color on the building itself may be an issue. I'll let the other board members discuss that. And then the details. The details, I know, Martin, in your, you've attempted or you've stated homage to that which is traditional. I don't see traditional details in there. Again, that's my perspective and my judgment. So on those numerous items, I have concerns of this very different house with materials that are very unlike any of the others in the on the street. And as was pointed out at the last meeting, the historic district is across the street. So if one uses the word environs to mean across the street, then this conflicts and is disharmonious to what otherwise is the historic district. I'm not basing my judgment solely on that, but in terms of how I, as a one who speaks the King's English, would use environs would mean across the street is pretty darn close. So.
If I could start with the materials.
Well, why don't we just finish with the board and then,
We do everyone's comments.
Well, you covered a lot of territory, and I don't disagree. We have approved contemporary homes and modern homes, but it's all in contextually relevant to the surrounding environment. And I think, as Jeff points out, the materials, the design just aren't consistent with the surrounding homes in the area, including the metal roof. It's just a non-starter for me. And the window to wall ratio, I mean, it becomes really evident in your rendering when you see the figure of the human in front of the huge plate glass windows that pretty much surround the house. And I just think that's it's just a bit much, and it lends itself to the bulk of the building. I mean, it becomes really evident when you look at it that way. And even from a design standpoint, the rear elevation, the gables, it's like the truncated gable on the one side just seems unresolved in comparison to the other part of the house on the other side. I just, I mean, a multitude of things, but I just think in general it's not consistent with the environment, and for that reason I just have a hard time with it.
Jane.
I would definitely agree with what John said about the little silhouette. It really does show the perspective of if that's an average height of an American person, the house looks just huge in its scale. And it does not go with the neighborhood at all. Have you been in the neighborhood?
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm not done.
We have
Go ahead.
No, you me
Go
next. Here's what I would say. I would think the last time you showed us a completely modern house, and one of my comments is it didn't borrow anything on the architectural language of Southampton. In this house, you have come forward with sort of multi and cross gable expression, which is more in the language of Southampton. That said, in materials, to John's point, I think the full standing seam roof that you're proposing would never be harmonious to this particular neighborhood because you are across the street from the historic district. The two things, besides the comments you've already heard, the other things I would want you to pay attention to is a 16 by 18 balcony facing sideways to the neighbors with a full sliding door offers me a lot of concern about light and sound pollution to neighbors to either side of the house, and I haven't seen a sightline for that. I think these wing walls that you put on either side serve no purpose other than to expand the bulk of this house. So when I look at the massing the house to the street, these superfluous walls that are the side whose purpose seem to be more decorative, do nothing but expand the mass of the house, an already massful house, and they, in a way that I think it becomes disharmonious to the other houses on the street. I think the prow idea in the central facing box of the house is interesting. I think it's in many cases, there's a step too far here. The rain protection detail from the door, they're like the walls on the side, it's a little too contemporary and superfluous, but I also think it adds to a disharmonious nature to the neighborhood. So I think you've heard a lot tonight about we're bringing it back, and I think you brought it a long distance from where we were last week into a language that's closer to what would be appropriate on that street. But I think you have a ways to go to bring it back further to find the right fit between a more contemporary expression of Hampton style and what was a classic expression of Hampton's architecture on a street when you're across the street from the historic district.
Okay, thank you for your comments. The first element I would like to say is that in terms of the site itself and its location to its neighbors, the porch that you mentioned is 220 feet to the neighbor, which also would include a massive trees, tennis court, and other elements, including very long-term standing planting. So the likelihood of seeing the house whatsoever is difficult. But on the other side, we have 120 feet, and the house is some 50 feet to the south. So the likelihood of that neighbor seeing the house whatsoever, let alone some of these details into the rear, we didn't even measure it. It's some 450 feet to a neighbor's vision to the house. You know, in 1640, Thomas Jefferson put a metal roof on a public building and then his own house. So I think there's quite a bit of history in what is a very, very subtle metal roofing. This has been used
and I'm
traditionally.
aware there's metal roofs on the White House.
There's
But
been
this
traditional,
kind of this
traditional
contemporary
houses
standing
and metal.
style is what we're talking about.
Metal roofing is also indicated in the ARB guidelines for the historic district.
True.
So the other thing, you know, I also co-chair the ARB in Southampton, and what we're looking at all the time is invention, conformity, symmetry, and dynamic architecture. So that conforms in itself in all kinds of different ways. I haven't yet seen an example of how this house doesn't relate to other houses. I actually, and I have in my store, I should have brought quite a few very similar moves that relate directly with other houses on not only Ox Pasture itself, but within the village. Our palette is 3 materials. That's the totality of it. So I'm not sure cedar as a material is a unique material, nor am I sure the metal roofing, nor am I sure that the grayed out metal windows are that unique. We will take your comments and go further with it and try to conform. I'm just not sure of the relevance to some of the comments, to be honest.
In terms of color, the house directly to the west is of a similar color.
I don't have a particular issue.
Before we move on, though, let me open this up to the public to see if there are any other public comments. Do we have any public comments, either here or anyone raising their hand online? Okay. All right, well, I think you've heard, I guess it's not really an issue of whether you think they're relevant, because they are, because what needs to happen here is, you know, we need to come to a place together where you get the votes that you need to construct a new house here. I think there are big differences between Southampton and other villages, and one of the big differences is the history of Southampton and as a 1640 village that has a center and has a different experience on the land than even Sagaponack does. And one of the things that we're charged with is how do new structures and how do renovating structures feel and fit in that landscape based on our judgment. And what you heard tonight is our judgment. So I will appreciate that you hear the comments. I don't know that you necessarily have to agree with them. You just have to take them in, because at some point we will have to arrive at a place together where that in order for a project to move forward. So what I'm hearing you say is that you would like to ask for an adjournment to the meeting for February 27th, come back with updated plans.
Well, I thank you for your time. I just ask that perhaps in the review of what I think you call superfluous, that a lot of, I think, to me, modernist and unique buildings in residential architecture are all about these kinds of unique experiences, whether it's traditional or modernist. And I think those are, as we look back, the things that have made architecture great, is to try to invent and try to make something unique. So anyway, I look forward to speaking to you again.
Great, thank you. So
Thank
I'm going to
you.
move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 495 Ox Pasture. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll see you on the 27th. Okay, where am I? Before I get lost here. Okay, so we're up to new matters. The first one up is 25 Willow Street. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Great, so 25 Willow Street. Addition to an existing wood frame house and garden shed.
I believe my affidavits are in order. This is Kevin Bone speaking.
You are correct.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Can you share your plans electronically?
Yes, I'm working on that. Do our best here. First of all, I would say I am the applicant and the architect on this project. This is my fourth time before the Architectural Review Board. I appreciate your guys' consideration. We have a tiny little gem of a house from 1902 that we have lovingly taken care of since 1999. So what we're looking to do right now is to put a modest extension on the ground floor level. Can everyone hear me? Okay?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is our site plan there. I don't know, can you see the cursor?
Not yet.
We can't see your screen yet, sir.
You can't see my screen.
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not seeing the share screen feature on this.
It's probably at the bottom of your screen, right?
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I actually do this for a living, so I should be able to be a little bit better at it.
If I remember correctly, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, you came in front of us because you enclosed your own front
Right,
porch,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember.
I did. I'm sitting here with my son. He did it with me. The two of us that did that enclosure. All right, so what we're interested in doing now is to put putting a modest addition on the first floor level. I want to put a bedroom, a bathroom, and a study on the first floor, so that in a few years, when it gets a little harder to walk up the stairs, I don't have to do it. So there's the floor, there's the existing house. Can you see my cursor now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Existing house. This is a little cubic room that we put on the back of the house in, I think, about 2005. There are a series of garden walls. That was my very first application that I did with you all, and this is all a kind of overgrown wisteria pergola that is the kind of heart of the house, this patio in the back. This is the floor plan, so here is the existing house. There's that glassed-in front porch. We are connecting to that and building out to the west a simple gabled cedar-clad structure. And then this application also includes a small workshop in the back patio area. The elevation from Willow Street here, windows to match existing, 6/1, simple double hungs, white finish. This is all being built along an existing stone wall and foundation that I built in 1999. I actually built this wall and foundation with the idea that I would ultimately build an addition on it. I didn't realize it would take me 24 years, but here we are. So this is all kind of gloriously overgrown with a climbing hydrangea, which we're going to preserve. So that is the south-facing elevation. The west elevation is this almost like a chapel. I tried to get this as small as possible. Actually, I used a device where on the back side I'm punching the space out, the same thing I did on that addition in 2005, to kind of allow us to get this kind of minimum elevation of this as though it's you know, a little cottage house. And then on the back side, the north side of it is that punched out element, and we have kind of one large bay window element that is on our future bedroom there. Cross sections, this is showing that section with the punch out there, and you can see on the original edition, I did the same thing. So this allows me to kind of keep what's very tricky in this house is that the original house is so small. So to do anything and keep it in scale and be respectful of the scale of a small house was very difficult. So you can see even like a few extra feet on these volumes here can work against keeping those in scale. The other thing that I've been very cautious about doing is that these additions actually don't touch the old house. So there's always a joint that connects, and these additions are kind of autonomous elements. So that's the cross section. There's all the foundation and the stone wall that we built back in 1995. Just a little bit of basic construction details. This will all be elaborated on, of course, for the building department, but you know, let me just go back. This is all cedar shingles. We intend to do the shingling ourselves. The roof we want to do in cedar shingles as well. This is a little solar array. I have solar panels that's been another application that I have done with you all. So we're more or less running the house on sunlight these days, which is a great feeling, by the way. There's the array that's on the old house that we put up there. Yeah, and these are just a few views of the house. There's the glassed-in porch that we just completed. There is a view of the house before the glassed-in porch was done. So this extension is going to come across this way behind this wall where the climbing hydrangea is shown. There is the 2005 addition, which was a little family room with a bathroom that punched out, and the wisteria pergola there. There is a view looking from the west to the east, showing that side of the house. This is a little tiny existing shed that we reshingled during the pandemic, and is a kind of gardener's shed. And this was one of the first drawings I made of the house, just to kind of connect myself to the place and how the sun shines on it and the shadows that are there. I'll go back to the site plan and see if I can answer any questions.
Okay. Board members.
Yeah, I really like this house. Like it's adorable. I remember it when you were here not that long ago, actually, to enclose the porch. Just a few issues. I like the way that you have separated the new structure from the existing house, but the scale of it just seems to compete a little bit too much with the existing house, and I'm wondering if the roof line could be shallower somehow, or even a flat roof for that matter, that might just mitigate the massing compared to the original house. And dare I say, this is one case where a standing seam middle roof might be an interesting element to make it look as though it's a accessory structure in a way, as opposed to being a part of the house itself.
I like the argument of the accessory structure a lot. I like the idea of actually pulling back the projection of the roof lines. In fact, I have in my photographs, when I was thinking about what this might inspire this little dwelling. I have the Halsey house in there, where there's actually almost a minimum projection on the gable ends. And I would certainly be excited about trimming that back a little bit. I actually made a model of this, and I was gonna come in person tonight. I was out at our house this morning, and I wanted to bring the model in, because I think I taught architecture for 35 years, and I've always argued that the most deceptive drawing that an architect makes is an elevation. Because you look at this elevation here versus this elevation here, right? You look at the west elevation, and really that part of the elevation that is coplanar with the house is very short, and this whole structure is as small as I could make it. I really want to keep the gable roof. I want a gabled ceiling inside the rooms, because otherwise these are going to be 11-foot high rooms with a 9-foot ceiling. I would be enthusiastically against putting a flat roof on this little structure. And I think that the height of this gable, we pulled this down about 3 different times when we've studied the design of this in the office. Right there, it's lower than the dormers on the old house. And I thought that was a pretty critical thing. I think that this drawing is misleading in that sense. And the model, when you see the 3-dimensionality of the house and the porch projecting on it,
Yep.
I feel like we're getting pretty close with the scale.
Let's do this. Let's go ahead, sir. Let's go ahead and why don't we get the comments of all the board members?
Yeah.
And then we'll sort of address them all at the same time. Jeff?
Yeah, similar to John, the height seems to be out of scale with the rest of the house. Now, maybe the model would show things a bit differently, but what I see in front of me seems it stands proud against the existing structure. I realize you said, Kevin, that you're challenged by the fact that the existing structure is small in scale, so anything you do that's of a more current scale will be, by definition, out of scale. But nonetheless, it's out of scale, the way it's currently presented. How high are the ceilings inside? And I only ask that, not that we can tell you how high to make the ceilings, but to the extent that there's some flexibility, and don't answer this now because I want my other board members to chime in, but to the extent that there's some flexibility in ceiling height and the height of the, whether it's crawl space or whether it's a cathedral ceiling, whatever, to John's point, maybe the roof line could either be lowered or made more shallow. So it's a little bit more subservient to the rest of the house. The other thing is I applaud your environmentally conscious effort to put solar panels, but in that they face the street, I would find that objectionable and ask that perhaps you put them on the other side. Whether that's as effective, I don't know. But design-wise, I would object. So let's just hear the other board members.
Jane?
I agree it can be very deceptive when you're looking at a diagram like this. I'm new on this board and I've learned a lot by going on site visitations. So I'm trying to look at this and understand that it may not really be as large as it's appearing, but it does seem to overshadow the house. I do see what you're saying about the side. You can see it's not that large, but the front it does seem to be.
Well, it's conceivably a graphic problem because also the fact that the house itself is ghosted. But I respect your point of view on that. Please, okay.
From the appearance of the drawing, it looks like the floor level of the extension's 4 feet above grade from the floor plan of the house.
No, they're coplanar.
Yeah. Here's my concern. You've got this beautiful house, and now you have what almost looks like an accessory structure attached to it at the same plane level as the house, and therefore I think the structure overwhelms the charm of the house. Therefore, I wonder if this kind of structure should be moved farther back or turned on the lot into what is currently your patio or done another way to where you don't take away from the original expression of the main house. Because the main house is almost looking subservient in the drawings to the size of this huge structure. And that it is, with that hyphen that you have them connected with, it almost makes it look like an accessory structure that's actually wider than the main house. So I think the ratio there feels very odd at street-facing level, if there was a way that could be moved back.
Even like a step down potentially into the new.
Or move it back against where their patio is, or aim
Yeah.
it differently, because then you would also be able to take the solar panels and not have them facing the street the same way. I just think the scale of the addition versus the scale of the original house makes the original house feel subservient to the addition. And I think it may be the drawing, but even no matter how I look at it, the ridge line of your addition is higher than the eave line of a two-story house. So
Yeah,
I find that.
For a very small portion of it. And
Yeah.
I would also, if I could, point out, please, that actually the face of the addition is not coplanar with the face of the house.
Okay, so you got about a 6-foot setback.
Yeah, you've got the porch, and then the porch comes back, and then you have a setback from that, back to the wall plane of this. You know, some of this is slightly, I can't flip the solar panels onto the north side of the house. They would do no good. So that's an easy one for me to give up if that would help. Also, the position of this as a wing is very important to my architectural sensibilities about this space. There's a stone wall along here. This is really the core of the house. And to turn that way and open that to the street, you know, there's just not room for it, guys. It's so small there.
Here's what I think would really be helpful. I think just because I don't think the renderings are doing you 100% favor, and I don't mean that the renderings are fine, but I think this is one where I think being on site with you and looking at the model may be necessary.
All right. I would be happy to meet you on site. I would also be happy to do what I do all the time in New York City here, and that's, I'm not so happy to do it, but I'd be willing to do it.
There was honesty.
That would be to put a little tiny mock-up wood frame of the volume of the building. I mean, I've taken a million things to the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission, and I've built on top of a lot of buildings and had a lot of arguments about scale and
I'm
dimension.
sure.
And I'm happy to do, and I'm willing to do that.
I'm going to, before you go through that effort, and thank you, because that's a nice effort, before you do that, I think the next right step is to site visit this with the model and look at it on site.
All right. You know, that's very generous of you to offer. Can we talk about that schedule? I'm sort of hoping that, you know, conceivably I might do a foundation next fall. And by the time I get all the engineering drawings and all of that done and get this through your building department and fully permitted,
Yeah, I understand.
like to keep things moving. So.
Yeah, I understand. Well, what I would tell you this is, if after tonight, if you'll reach out to Alex and the building department, Alex directly, should we reach out to you, to Derek, to Tajay? Who should we reach out to? Okay.
Building inspector
Yeah.
at southamptonvillage.org is the general account. That'll go to all of the clerks in the building department.
And they will work with us to figure out, you know, give them your availability, and they'll work with the board members to figure out availability. We're usually pretty fast.
All right.
Because
But I would also like
the
to
3
do
site
for-
inspections we did this week were based on last meeting, so.
Fantastic. Well, I'm getting ready to leave town, so it's going to be mid-March anyway. So, but what I would also like to do is I would like to work these renderings, because I think to have all of the graphic weight on the addition, you know, it just, you'll see in the model, you'll see at the site. All right.
It's funny, because I think your south elevation is what causes stress versus what I see in the west elevation, which is, I think, like when we see it on site, and with your model, I think that
The
will
west
help.
elevation, I
Yeah.
will tell you this, and this is no exaggeration. there are 20 versions of the fenestration on the
I believe you.
on the south elevation. We really worked it. You know, I'm an architect.
Yeah.
I take, you know, I do want to cut the overhang of the roof back a little bit. You know, I actually,
Good.
this is an example of where you shouldn't try to anticipate what you guys will think. Because I had a
That would be
much
impossible.
impossible.
I had a much more volumetric figure here.
Yep.
Where the roof was not overhanging.
Well, again, okay, so in the interest of time, let's do this. I hear you asking for an adjournment, so I think we'll adjourn this case. You will work with the building department. We will meet you. We can go through some of these details together. Two of us will, because we can't all be there at the same time. But we'll come do a site inspection and do what we can to help you move this forward.
And two quick comments, if I could, if you're revising the plans, please show the GFA calculation. I just saw the lot area calculation, that's the gross floor area. And you'll need to show the parking requirement. If you're adding another bedroom, you may have to show an additional parking space. So just something to keep in mind when you revise the plans, please.
All right, so you need the gross floor area calculation.
And the parking.
And the parking plan.
Which is based on the number of bedrooms.
And is there a formula for the ratio of the gross floor area to the
I'm going to
total
ask,
wall?
and because that's not an ARB issue, I'm going to ask you to take that to the building department and work that out.
All right, and then parking?
That, again, I'm going to ask you to go to the building department and work that out, because that it's not part of the ARB code. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicants for an adjournment for 25 Willow Street to the meeting on February 27th. Do I have a second?
Unless he wants to defer it to like March, if that, because he said he
Do
wasn't.
you want to
gonna be-
defer it to March?
Yeah, I want to defer it to March. I'm not. I'm
Okay,
not-
so-
They're 13th or the 27th then.
Would you like the 13th or the 27th?
The 13th, please.
Okay, so I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to March 13th. Do I have a second?
And I will
Second.
do my best to schedule an appointment with you.
That'd be great, and we'll look
the
forward to
week
seeing you
before
there.
that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll second
Do I have a
that, Mark.
second?
Wait,
All in
wait,
favor?
wait, did we
Oh,
ask
public
for
comment?
public comment?
Is there any public comment? I'm sorry. Going once? Okay. Sorry. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will see you. You'll talk to the building department. We'll work this all out. We'll see you soon. Then we'll see you back here in this meeting in March.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is 125 Burnett Street, the Leonard Zanotti Revocable Trust, construction of a second-story addition. I believe that's Lisa.
Can you guys hear me or see me?
There you go.
Okay.
It's very noir, but, you know.
What? It's very fast.
You're in black and white.
You're in black and white.
I know, I'm not sure why.
I know why.
Are you in the past?
Maybe, I don't, I'm in Mexico, so
Yeah,
maybe
she's in
that's
Mexico. And I asked her if she'd be annoyingly tan in the meeting. That's why she's in black and
No,
white.
we can't tell.
Okay.
I don't want you to tell, yeah, I don't want you to see it. Let's see. So let's try again. The sharing of the screen thing.
And Lisa, while
Okay.
Lisa pulls that up, I just want to let the board know this is, we discovered this house is one property outside of the historic district. So it may have appeared on the historic part of the agenda on an earlier version of the agenda. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thanks. It's not now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so,
One other question. Alex, if I'm correct, this house is also currently in front of ZBA?
That's correct.
So we won't be able to actually vote on this house tonight. We'll be able to give advice, but we couldn't vote on it because we're awaiting a decision from we would be awaiting a decision from the ZBA. Is that correct, Alice?
Do we see these if they're?
I'm sorry, was that Alice or Alex?
I think it was Alice, and yes.
Well, Alex was the question was from the ZBA, and Alice was what I needed for guidance on that.
Alice,
Okay.
there have been times, Alice, there were times when you were willing to close it with the understanding that if the ZBA didn't give me what I wanted, I would have to come back. Is that an option or no?
events have transpired that have made that no longer an option, Lisa.
Interesting, okay, good to know.
Okay. Okay, so let's go. Why don't you take us through your plan and what do we
Okay,
have?
so Lisa Zaloga, I am the architect for Leonard Tenanti, and this is at 125 Burnett Street. There is currently an existing 1.5-story residence on the property. The survey says 1.5-story. There's really an attic over the first floor. There's not actually any living space currently on the second floor. The existing ridge height under the existing roof is about 7'6", 7'7". So to put any kind of real habitable space on the second floor, it was either rip off the roof and build a complete second floor, or try to do something along the back half of the house. Our goal was to basically keep the front of the house looking very similar to what it looks like now from the street, because Burnett's a very tight, close little street, and this is a cute little house. So the elevations I showed you, the existing on top and the proposed on the bottom. So you can see this is the existing front elevation. There, at some point in time, there was an addition that was done of about 4 feet on the front of the house, and it kind of created this shallower roof pitch. And another point in time, there was an addition to the back of the house that created this 1-story cantilevered sloping roof structure. So instead of messing with the front of the south elevation, we decided to do the addition over that little 1-story section that was in the back. The back is on the north side. It faces the school parking lot, actually. So the elevation, south elevation, you can see this is currently, there's 2 double hungs one over top of each other. So we're going to basically put a 1.5-story structure in the back of the house. The only part that's really going to change the front facade is just a slight raised piece of the roof right here. That's about 16 inches higher than the existing part of the roof. Like I said, the ridge height's only 7.5 feet, so it gets very difficult to get habitable space under that. Again, this is the west elevation. So what I've done is kind of, again, such a low roof line on the front of the house that I just had to kind of slope up the roof and hip a little piece of roof there just to get enough head height to come up the stairs and be able to get into the second floor. And then you can see the dotted line is where the existing 1-story sloping roof is currently, and this is our structure here. Total height is about 22 feet and change, which puts it just 33 inches higher than the existing ridge. Goal again is to keep it not really visible from Burnett Street. So, oops.
Did you submit a site plan?
There's a survey. I submitted the survey.
Does someone have the survey? I'll get it. No, it's okay. We're not gonna, I'll look at it later.
This one?
Yeah, it's not in the page.
Yeah. Because as I understand it, one of the issues with this house is that the current rear first level foundation line is existing non-conforming in its depth to the back.
Yeah, so you can see this dotted line right here. The existing, the zoning says that it should have a 25-foot setback.
Yep.
However, the existing first floor is at 22.2. So the dotted line here is where our addition is. In order to get egress windows, I located the egress windows on the north side because that was the only place I really had any height. If you can see along the east elevation, I'm only getting windows, again, trying to keep that roof line as opposed to, you know, creating a larger two-story structure or something that looks like a two-story structure. I tried to make it of a dormered effect.
And in the existing house, the interior of the existing house, the ceiling height is 8 feet on the first floor?
Yes. Yeah,
And
it's
in your,
up to
what's,
11 even.
what's your proposed ceiling height of your first floor of your addition?
Same,
Okay.
8 feet.
Okay. Okay, so, board members.
On the east elevation, I see that you've joined the windows that were currently existing on that same elevation, which I think is fine. It just seems that the fenestration on that side of the house is a bit, you know, meager, to say the least. There's the window to wall ratio seems totally out of whack. And on the proposed south elevation, as much as you've tried to make the change in the roof lines disappear, I don't know how it can, based on how it's designed. It just seems a little wonky. I know it's not an architectural term, but it's one I'll use.
Are you referring to
Yes.
this little?
Yep.
Well, I think that the choice there was to either create a little gable, which I thought would actually be more visible than to hip that. I think as a hip roof from the
Yeah.
street, from
Why don't we get all comments and just address them all at once?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Lisa.
That's okay.
But that, you know, from a design standpoint, that's the only, you know, it's a difficult addition. I can see it's not an easy thing to work around, given the current house. But that's all I have for now.
I would say the current house and the fact that there is not really any substantial property, very difficult to add on to. I don't have any other comment than that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure that, I mean, it's a challenging lot, it's a challenging house, and for lack of coming up with a word better than wonky, I'm not sure that I can. It's odd to see that the change in the roof line from the front. I guess the higher roof line in the rear, because it's set back, won't be, or will it be objectionable from the street? Or is it further enough to the rear?
It's further to the rear, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit perplexed. And then the dormers, I guess, look, it's a small property, so it's going to face the neighbors. I don't think there's any way you can get around that, or is there? That's the...
I mean, the only saving grace there is that there's smaller, you know, shed dormers.
Yeah. So, I don't know. That's not very very helpful, but...
Okay, here's my comments. It's a very small street, it's a very narrow street, and it's a street that, you know, the houses are small and close, and the lots are small, and some of them are deep enough. One of my concerns is that right now, your addition is not, the house looks a little subservient to the addition. And I think when you look at whatever the roof situation on the south elevation is, the roof line, when I see behind it, you've matched the roof line of the bump out for the dormer on the east side. So I don't know if that's a condition of the rendering, but the roof line and how they look and how they appear from the street is not successful. So I think you need to rethink that. You might have to do a different kind of work to the roof of the original house to make it look more concurrent, to where I don't see a huge looming extension behind a small compact house. So I think, and you're already going into the roof, so I think there's probably a more successful roof adjustment to make that work. The one thing I would be concerned with this house, especially on the west side, is because your house is longer than would be current and any of the neighbors, when you put that dormer as back and where you can, do I have any, what are there will be some, but what are the light and privacy issues to the neighbor to the west? Because right now, because the house is longer than would be conforming today, those windows look straight down into the backyard and the pool of the neighbor to the west. So I would want to know what those sight lines and light conditions are. As well, because you're going to have to come back, there's no lighting plan on here that I see that's existing, so I'd want to know where exterior light fixtures are tending to be.
Materials as well.
And materials and color and all the other information that we need. But the most concerning thing I said, I just don't think the attachment of the roof lines is successful, because right now, if you have at your ridge line, I get it, you've got 7 foot 6 inches at the existing ridge line, but it looks like the ridge line you've gone up to, there may be a different way to hit what you're looking without this non-harmonious juncture of roof lines between the existing and the extension. I think there's got to be where they peak out differently. So those would be my comments.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we were coming back anyway, so I will take a look at it. In terms of the existing lighting, the only existing lighting is what's gonna stay. I'm not doing any changing to any exterior doors or anything on the first floor, so there's no change in any of the lighting at all.
Okay.
But I can note it on the plans.
Great, thank you.
And then just in relationship to the west elevation, the building is longer than technically, I guess, would be allowed by code. However, part of what I did do in terms of, trying not to ask for a lot of variance was I kept the dormers within what would be allowed. In other words, you can see that vertical line there on that west elevation shows you where my setback really would be. So those windows are actually within, the plane of what would be allowed.
Mhm.
And all the materials are going to match existing, but, and I thought that was noted on there somewhere. So the asphalt roof.
It was.
It's noted, but we don't know what
Notice, but
existing
you don't
is.
say what existing is.
Well, all right, if it's not on there, I'll make sure it's on there. So, yeah, in terms of the roof line, I kind of felt like the hipping of the connection to the existing roof from a sight line of somebody standing at the street, I really don't think you'll see it much at all. But I don't know how to make it not subservient to a house that's only 19 feet tall.
Well, that may be the problem. Okay.
Would
So, no matter what I do, I have to be taller than the existing house.
would a rendering help?
Well, I think let's maybe. Maybe. Are there any comments from the public? Okay. Well, I think you've heard our comments. I know you're coming back, because I know we need the rest of those details. And you've heard our comments, and I think Jeff's suggestion of a rendering might help. But I would just suggest a gander at where the roof lines align and how they align, especially from the street, because they don't align harmoniously, at least as depicted on the south elevation, in my opinion, that you have submitted tonight.
Okay.
So I take it you're asking for an adjournment. So we're going to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to the meeting on February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Bye.
All right. So, make sure I am here. Are we up to 60 Pulaski? Yes. Okay, so next up is 60 Pulaski Street for the demolition of existing single-story residence, construction of a two-story residence and garage. Are affidavits in order?
Yes.
I didn't have anything in my file for this one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Anything?
Any paperwork or?
It was submitted by Schiffert Engineering. My understanding was everything was.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no doubt that that's the case.
Did you have anything?
Where's that Kershey?
This is, no, that was the pheasant.
Yeah, I thought that was Kershey, yeah.
Same company. just-
Yeah.
Here, this is it, I think. Well, Paul Andrews, right?
Yeah, and it's not just for us too, it's for the public as well, so they have the opportunity.
There,
Yeah.
is this one? There you go. Let me see it.
60 Pulaski.
Affidavits and mailing. I was gonna look at this and see if it looks familiar to someone who might have noticed.
For what it's worth, it's in the Dropbox.
Pardon?
For what it's worth, it's in the Dropbox.
Anyone?
So you have that set, but you're saying you didn't get.
This is the version, the code requires that paper copies be submitted for each of the board members and distributed, because we get our basket and we go through it, then we drive around and look at all the properties and we review everything in advance. So what I think you're hearing is nobody here had copies in their file, although there is a copy that's with the village, but not the requirement that it be distributed to board members prior to this meeting.
Okay, I apologize. I was assured that the paper copy was
Okay. So Alice, what is your recommendation here? Do we want to go through this and just give comment, understanding that it'll have to be adjourned? Okay, so in fairness, you're here.
Okay.
If you want to take us through, we can give you initial
Sure,
comments.
and I have on Zoom ready to join us Lucian Lamnica, an architectural designer with Coral Brothers.
Okay.
Good to recommend as well, please.
Perfect. So quiet. I know. It's because the room's getting smaller.
You sure he was going?
See the same guy
No,
say
there
very
he
paper
is.
copies?
Okay, so I'm going to get started. I'm Robert Fischetti with Fernand Fischetti for the applicant. I have, as I mentioned, Lucian Lamnica here with me from Coral Brothers. This is an application for construction of a new single-family residence at 60 Pulaski. The plans were prepared by Coral Brothers and Schiffert Engineering, which of course we'll get you the appropriate copies of. This is 60 Pulaski Street. It's on the south side of Pulaski Street. It's about halfway between Elm Street and North Willie Street. It's a 14,250 square foot lot in R7.5. The existing home was approved for demolition by the ARB Demolition Application Subcommittee on September 28th. That should be in your file as well. So the applicant is proposing to construct in its place a single-family residence, swimming pool, and a combined garage and pool house. All in accordance with the plans. No variances are requested, but for a detailed walkthrough, I'll pass it on to Lucian.
Perfect.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Can you confirm my screen? Do you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'll be walking through the presentation. I have prepared a series of drawings which include a site plan, exterior elevations, renderings of materials, and I also included the floor plans for reference if there's any questions that come up. So I'd like to start the presentation by looking at the site plan and how we place everything on the site. And actually, I'd like to also note that I do have a 3D model of the lot with a small construction model of the site. if it helps you, I can open it at any time and you can view any angle or anything. So to start with the site plan, as Robert mentioned, the entrance is on Pulaski Street. Here we enter the site on a gravel driveway. To the right, we have a pocket big enough for 2 cars. Temporarily park or use it to turn and leave the site. If we continue down the gravel driveway all the way to the end of the lot, this leads us to a 2-car garage, which is joined in one structure with a pool house. We will look at that in a minute. We have a relatively narrow lot, so what we did is we tend to all the structures in the middle. This allowed for optimal circulation all around every single structure, while still complying with other setback requirements. We're proposing these 2-foot by 2-foot pavers on the back to connect the principal structure with a pool house and also serve as a path to the outdoor shower here on the right side of the pool house. On the front, we have these 3 steps, which are 3 long steps which start from the start of the gravel all the way to the covered front entry. Now, if we look at the elevation, one of our biggest goals of this project was to maintain a symmetry and balance throughout all 4 elevations and have them sort of connected in this sense. In the front, you see we have 2 gables on either side symmetric. A hip roof which covers the front entry, this 1-foot overhang over the first floor windows, and we have this window in the middle here which is punched into the facade approximately 1 foot. That window is over a double height foyer in the inside, and we also thought it served. We punched it in because we thought it served as the element to separate these 2 gables and further enhance the floor. In the back, similar to the 2 gables, carry all the way to the back. So to maintain the symmetry, we have a balcony in the back which is almost fully sunk into this roof, which we'll look at in the elevation more clearly. The balcony is accessible from the primary suite, I should mention. It has a pergola. For shade and comfort, and also on the side, it has a slatted wall to provide shade and comfort, as well as to give privacy to the residents of Pulaski, as well as the neighbors on the other side. If we look at the side elevation, a couple of things to note is primarily on the second floor is a lot shorter than the first floor. This was due to the GSA requirements and the way we align our floor plans. So what we did here to maintain proportion is we made these windows, well, first we kept them to a minimum due to privacy, same reason. We want to give residents privacy as well as the neighbors. And also we made them narrower, one to fit with the proportion of the shorter second floor, and it plays into the privacy aspect as well. On the first floor, we see how that hip roof, which was in front, turns the corner and wraps all the way around in both elevations and joins with the back roof. This was element we thought would tie in all 4 facades into one coherent design. Here we can see the slatted pergola for the back balcony, and I should note on the right side of the balcony there's also a chimney which almost fully covers that side, so adds a lot of privacy in this sense. In the back here, in the back elevation also we have the covered porch, which has 3 full-size windows and 2 counter height windows on either side symmetric. And there we see in the side elevation as well. There's a railing, so it's pretty open. Then if we look at the pool house, this would be the front of the elevation which faces the house in the back and the pool. The front of the pool house, we call it. We see the entrance here is the sliding door. It has the same pergola as over the balcony, same kind of language over here. And then to the right, to the left is the outdoor shower, which is composed of a 2-inch by 1-inch wood with 1-inch spacing in between each member, so it's a slatted enclosure. Here we see the pergola on the side and the outdoor shower. And the back elevation, nothing's really going on, it's at the end of the lot. On the side here, we see the 2 doors for the garage. In terms of materials and renderings, so for materials, we opted for this 5-inch vertical large siding in color white, as you see here in this image. The window trim, we're going with a Sanderson vinyl sandstone color, and soffit and fascia will both be this almond finish as you see here in the pictures. For the main roof, we opted for a cedar shingle, which everyone's very familiar with. And for the first floor overhang and the roof in the back, if we look at the elevation, we have a very small, very shallow slope in the back, so metal roof would be much more efficient. So we have, because this element is serving to tile for designs and its wrapping, we figured it would be best if it's continuous throughout, and it's a metal roof in the front and the side as well. I should mention this 1 foot overhang over the side and the front also adds to the water management of the windows. It's great when you have overhang and you don't have water directly running through your windows. Here we can see in the front elevation the two gables, the pumpkin window, which is cast a shadow and it's at a different elevation, the entry door with 2 side lights, and the hip roof covered front entry with the elongated steps that lead all the way to the gravel. In the back, we have, you can see the 2 foot by 2 foot pavers, the covered porch, the pergola over the balcony, the balcony is very hard to see because it's, like I mentioned, sunken in the roof.
Can you zoom in on the balcony, please?
Of course, and like I mentioned earlier, I do have a 3D model, which might give you a much clearer view if you'd like me to switch over to that.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries. And here would be a view if you're standing in the covered porch over there, viewing the pool house, the pergola, and on the left here, the outdoor shower. That is pretty much what we thought was relevant to this presentation. If you guys have any questions or comments.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do, because we're at a severe disadvantage here because we're seeing this for the first time. But I think we can give you some initial comments quickly, and then submit drawings, and we'll do a more probably thorough review in the next meeting when we've had a chance to review the materials. But as an accommodation, we will go through and at least look at them, because to be honest, if they weren't in our packets, we should have told you, and you probably shouldn't have come tonight. But since you're here, we're going to do this as a favor, so as an accommodation. So board members.
Well, from our perspective, the front, that window in the middle between the two gables, it has the appearance of being like a picture window, which is, I mean, not having the plans up close to look in detail, that's one thing that sticks out in my mind. It looks just very large. And I wouldn't be me if I didn't have to say I need to take a closer look at the balcony on the back, because these are narrow village lots. And I mean, it's very, very rarely do we approve balconies in that type of a situation, but I want to take a closer look at how the chimney, and that pergola blocks any potential view or privacy for any neighbors. But
we could give you some line of sight.
Yeah, that would be great.
I could share that real time right now if you'd like, otherwise.
No, that's fine for tonight.
That's it.
Okay, while in accommodation, I'm not so sure that my comments are going to be a favor. I've learned a valuable lesson this past month, that when we allow a house to be built to the max, which you are allowed to do, I'm not denying you that, but that the end product is oftentimes discordant with the neighborhood. Regrettably, I approved a house that's in my neighborhood, and I stare at that house. So this house on this street, given its scale, is to me not harmonious. When I drive on Pulaski Street from west to east, I think we've done a pretty good job, and the architects have done a pretty good job of maintaining the character of a village street. This house stands in opposition to that. As John pointed out, the picture window on the front, actually, let me start with my first impression. It appears top-heavy. You've built it out to the maximum that's allowable under the umbrella. Again, it's allowable. But the impression is of a mass that is, in my view, top-heavy. it's accentuated in that by the fact that you have this huge picture window looking out onto a village, a street that was modest houses for village residents, probably workers and the like, and now you have this very ostentatious picture window. The mass of the house is large. You've also chosen, at the detriment to the neighborhood, to put a front yard parking courtyard because you've chosen to, I guess eliminate a freestanding garage in the back, and because you have a pool house and a pool and all these other things. And so as I stated, chapter 11633, subsection B previously, the location of various structures on the property are something that factors into our judgment. So you've chosen to put a whole bunch of stuff on this, and then you're asking the neighbors to be subjected to having a parking lot in the front of a house. Does it exist elsewhere? Yeah, sure. Do we have to approve it again in this? So, and then you have the balcony on the back overlooking a pool on a narrow lot, as John says. There's a lot going here, Robert, that it's more than just submitting another set of small documents.
And I would just add as well, the setbacks. I just want to make sure that, we'll take a look at the setbacks, see if they're consistent with the neighboring homes. That's one miss on Dwight Street as well.
Yeah, again, it's what's allowable. It may be within the allowable setbacks, but then it's the appearance and the appearance of mass that the location has. Obviously, when you stand something proud to the street and forward, it looks more massive.
I totally agree with Jeff as far as the front parking lot is concerned. And I also find the very wide tile, are you calling it granite, whatever that was, the walkway? That I find that way out of scale.
In the front.
Yeah, out of scale, the walkway in the front. And then when you look at the back here, I'm wondering, where is the driveway? It comes all the way to the back, but I don't see it in either of those renderings there. I don't see the driveway coming to the back.
I think it's on the other side of the hedge.
Oh,
You've got a double.
Well, again, it's to my point. I'm sorry to step on you, Jane, but
No, it's
but
fine.
it's a pet peeve when somebody, and I don't, whether it's the property owner or developer, chooses to infringe upon the public for personal desires, not to have a freestanding garage, which is more typical of houses, or to have a driveway that extends to the back so that you can park the cars.
The driveway, sorry to interrupt, the driveway does extend all the way to the back.
There's a two-car garage back there by the pool house.
There is, okay.
Right, there is a
So the
two-car garage, but
driveway
what I'm saying
extends
is
all
I
the
don't
way
see.
down.
Okay.
It's back there in the
And
center.
there's
All
a
right.
two-car garage here. Now the garage and the pool house are joined in the center under the same roof.
Okay, well,
Okay, well, let's
I take back my my
Okay,
comment.
let's
Never
finish the
mind.
comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, it was very,
Okay, hang on, let's finish the comments, Jane.
Okay.
it was difficult to imagine that the driveway was there because of the double hedge. So that was just what I wanted to finish with saying. And it just looks like it's to the extreme edges of the property. I think it's very large and very bulky.
I have and I don't mean this to sound insulting, this is not a commercial for the AIA. Was this house designed by an architect or an engineer?
It was, so the permit drawings were submitted by Mark Shippert. We worked on the design, I worked on the design with the team.
Okay,
Um,
so let's go back to the front elevation.
Yeah.
Because it's just so wonky. So first of all, you've got that massive, now your elevations don't match other, but, because this one seems to have mullions, but you've got this massive front window, but the ridge line over the two ridge lines don't match up and they're not complete, and therefore they form sort of a W across the front of the house. Why don't we go to the renderings, if you would?
Of course.
But see how you
Oh,
sort of have
yeah.
a W across the front because your frieze boards across the front don't complete before they go across that massive picture window, which is actually different than the line drawing you just showed me. And then in the front, you've got this massively wide walkway, and your window to wall ratio is frankly inelegant, and therefore it's disharmonious to that neighborhood. And then I don't know what that roof line is on the roof above the first floor. Is that cedar?
This here?
Yeah, the roof line. What is the roofing material over the porch? What is that? Is that metal or is that?
That's a metal fencing.
Okay, so whatever that is, if that's a seam size that's 6 inches wide, that's just odd. So that, from that standpoint, I just think the window to wall ratio is off, the incomplete ridge lines in the roof line to the two big picture window. Now let's go to the side. Let's go from, I guess that'd be is that the north elevation?
Is that board and batten?
It looks board and batten.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and then we have, look at the volume of the second story to the volume of the first story. The ratio of story to story volume doesn't work. And then you've got these small vertical windows on the volume on the second floor that almost compete in style with the type of window on the first floor. Then you have this massively long roof line heading toward the back patio covering. Because of the shortness that you've got on this box that's sitting as a second volume level, you've got this very long, very shallow sloping roof line going to the back that is again inelegant, but makes the first to second floor ratio bizarre. And then you've got a chimney to nowhere over there. So let's go to the back. Okay, so in the rear elevation, so that chimney comes up, but it doesn't base itself. Is there?
It's like a freestanding chimney.
It looks like a chimney that starts on the second floor. Where does it base out?
If you look at the floor plan here,
Yeah.
the chimney is near the first floor.
Okay.
You go as
So
well.
if that's on the first floor, okay. Go
And
ahead.
then here we can see the second floor.
Okay.
Where it's the same line, and we see these dotted lines.
Well, then let's go back to where we were looking at the elevation to the rear. I guess it's south elevation. Is it south elevation? Yeah, because the way because where it is on your floor plan versus the shape of the chimney and how it's coming through the roof looks atypical. And then the slope and the roof line you have, because you've got that narrow volume at the top, you have that long, long roof coming forward. You don't have enough volume on the top to fit into what would normally be sort of Hampton architecture. Now let's go to your floor. Let's go to the site plan that showed the backyard. Look at the massive amount of hardscape you have going on in the backyard. So you've got this very wide area to the front yard. Your parking is odd because you've got street parking, yet you've got garage parking, but you probably need it for the number of your bedrooms. You've got massive amounts of hardscape on there, which is considerable, and it's also for heat reflection for those poor people. But and I just think it's all out of balance. That's why I was asked if it's an architect or an engineer. I'm sure from an engineering standpoint, the house will stand. But from a design standpoint and a harmonious to the street balance standpoint, everything just seems to be off. Do we have any comments from the public?
Can I add just a couple of comments?
Sure.
Just for your plans, if you could please include the lot coverage calculation, and in addition, the gross floor area calculations. When you include the gross floor area, there's no deduction for this type of garage that's accompanied by a pool house, so keep that in mind when you do the calculations. And also, please check the setbacks for the driveway for parking areas. If you're taking notes, it's 116(9)(b)(1)(a). The driveway may need to be offset from the adjoining property line.
I'm compelled to say something. With all due respect to the building department, aren't these things to be verified before they come to us?
I'm sorry, Jeff, you're breaking up a little bit there.
The question is, are those the kinds of issues that should have been resolved prior to this application coming to the ARB?
This is the second time this evening.
Yeah, those typical, I don't know if those are requirements for the ARB. It's application specific. for something like this, that's something that the building department would need
Then
before.
how can we sign
it
off on something?
goes
Okay,
out to the permit.
we'll move on, but my question would be, if you're not sure the GFA matches and it doesn't match and the house is overbuilt, then we should have known that before it came here, but we're gonna move on. All right, so I think you've heard a lot of comments.
Yes.
I think we're gonna accept your, I'm
What,
sure you want to
was there
adjourn.
another hand up, Sage?
Oh, sorry, there's another hand up? Sorry, thank you, Alice.
I raised my hand. Can I just speak for 2 minutes? I know you guys are behind. Hi, so I'm a neighbor on Pulaski Street, and I just wanted to briefly say a couple.
Can you give your name and address, please?
Sure, it's Michael Zinder at 36 Pulaski Street. And let me just say a couple of quick things. One, I agree with you folks entirely on the 2 cars in the front. I'm not aware of anybody on our street having a parking garage in the front, and I would agree that that should be redone. I'm a little concerned also about how close that might be to the street, whether that's the appropriate setback or not. Secondly, somebody had mentioned earlier in another case about a metal roof. I don't know whether there was a view of concern about that one here as well. I would imagine when it rains, that a metal roof could also be quite noisy for the neighbors, but anyway, I leave that up to you guys. And then I had a couple other just very quick questions. These might be for Alex, but as you guys know, we've had a lot of construction that's been going on recently on Pulaski Street, and some of the contractors are more responsible than others. I don't know who enforces, like one of the contractors, a couple of houses down from me.
Okay,
had a-
that would be an issue for the building department, not an issue for the ARB.
Also, the ordinance department, just 0056, 283 0056.
Okay, because somebody should enforce the rules with contractors.
I
not
hear
the-
you, that's just not an ARB issue.
Yeah.
Okay. And last quick question, do you guys know, my next door neighbor at 30 Pulaski Street just disappeared in the night one night, and somebody came about a month later to clear the property. Have you guys received any submissions on that? 30 Pulaski? Or Alex, are you aware of anything on that one?
That's not something we'd be able to answer right now, but if you come into the building department, someone would be able to check if there's.
Okay. I'm just curious, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, so I'm assuming you're asking us for an adjournment.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 60 Pulaski Street to,
Really up to the design team, I would say 2 weeks, and then I'll put in a letter if we need to push it.
okay, great, to February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Jonathan and Dana Hammock at 52 Rogers Street for demo of existing house and construction of a 2-story residence. Are affidavits in order, Alice?
Yes.
You get so happy when I ask. Good evening, please state your name.
Good evening, I'm Jim McChesney. I'm the architect for the applicant.
Hello, Jim.
Clients, John and Dana Hammock. Yes.
A beautiful street. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure how to share.
You have to raise your hand.
Okay.
This is it right here, right in front of you.
That was me last time. This is looking promising. There we go.
So we are proposing to demo an existing house and rebuild a house similar in character. It's a traditional shingle style house with wood shingle siding, a wood shingle roof, double hung windows, and a traditional trim, covered porches. And I can take you through the drawings if you'd like.
Please.
is the survey. The house is basically pretty much in the same location as the existing house. The lot is, has privet on all four sides, so it's pretty private. This is a drawing that shows the site plan and how it conforms to the pyramid laws, and it gives the gross floor area and the lot coverages. These are the floor plans. And this is the existing, or the proposed front entrance. I tried to keep a very simple roof line, and keep it as traditional and as harmonious with the street as possible. This is the east side, and then this drawing shows the back and the west side. The back has a covered porch with a fireplace in it. And on the property, there's an existing pool house and a pool, which are remaining.
Okay.
If you have any questions?
Yeah. While you have your computer up there, do you have a picture of the existing house?
I do not.
Okay.
It's there, I did submit pictures.
You did, it's just for the public, it's not required.
The existing house was, it's an old house, but it was renovated. It had two additions, one probably in the 90s and one in the early 2000s.
Okay.
I get the impression that you watch our weekly or our monthly meetings. But I mean, you've checked all the boxes for things we typically would have issues with. So I think it's a handsome-looking house. I just have one question on the east elevation. There are two windows that don't match the windows in the rest of the house. I'm just wondering if there's a reason why.
Yes. They're over,
Which elevation were you
Oh,
talking
yeah, they're, yep. see those.
East.
yes, they're over the kitchen sink, and I made them casement windows so that they're easier to operate.
Okay.
I could change the mullion pattern so that it more closely matches the double hung, or I could do fake double hung windows that act as casement windows.
I don't know. I don't have an issue with it, actually, based on how it's being used and the placement.
Jeff?
When I'm sorry you don't have a picture of the house that's there now, because when I first drove by it, I said, why are you knocking down what looks like a perfectly nice house? Having looked at your drawings, though, I think you've created a house that's actually more interesting than the house that's there. And I think because you've added some depth to it, the house that's there now is a pretty much basic Dutch colonial horizontal to the street, correct?
Yes.
And this house has character and charm.
Thank you.
Did we ask for a history of the house, though? I think we did, because we haven't approved this demo yet.
No, let's comment on the house.
Okay.
And we'll talk about
I think the house is definitely charming, fits in, harmonious, all those things. I just, again, when we looked at the house, we said, why is this house being torn down?
There's a number of reasons. It's really, there were two additions put on, and they're just dated. The house has all 2x4 construction. It wouldn't meet the standard to get insulation in. Half of the basement is on a crawl space, and we will probably lift the house and do a new foundation. And we kind of weighed the cost of doing a new house versus doing a renovation, and we decided to try to do it as a new house because we would be able to get everything that we wanted.
Mark, I assume that this was not referred to the board for review.
This
So-
one's not referred to the
Yeah,
board.
so the board has no jurisdiction over the demo.
The board does not have jurisdiction over the
Okay.
demo. The demo committee has jurisdiction over the demo, I guess.
Does it though? Was it referred? Is it old enough to be referred?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So let's, for right now, let's finish with the house, and then we'll talk about, because from the because it is on Rogers, we need to do a little work before, with the demo committee before we
Okay.
approve that. Then I have a question for Alice, is like, can we approve the design prior to approving demolition, or do we have to wait and do it at the same time?
Well, I would do it at the same time.
Okay, okay. I think very handsome house. Fits into the neighborhood. I think it's beautiful. The only exterior light fixture I see right now is over the front door. Are there any other exterior surface mount lights fixtures?
Just by the doors, to code.
So
I think they appear on the drawings of the.
So there would be, okay. I would just ask if you could, because we're gonna have to wait to get the approval anyway, if you could just show this where any surface mounted fixtures would be. Because one thing that we're sensitive to about is light and neighbors, just so I understand.
If you do look on the drawing 201, there is a hanging
Oh,
light
yeah.
over the front door. There is
Right.
one on the side, and then.
Oh, it's just not on the rendering?
Yeah, and then on the
Okay.
back elevations, they would be obscured by the columns. I mean, I can dot them in and show you where they'd be.
No, it's fine, I see them now. It doesn't appear in the, it doesn't show up in the rendering, that's what I was asking.
Right, and I think that where we wouldn't have room to do them on the walls, we would probably just do it in the soffit.
In
just so
soffit lights.
pin line.
Okay. Okay, so I think from the house standpoint, I think, I like the fact that everyone pointed out the windows don't match, but I think there's an honesty to that, because when you put in casement windows, it would be to have a fake casement, to have a casement window that was a fake double hung,
Right, next
would be
to-
odder than
right.
just the casement,
Yeah.
so I think that's perfectly fine. I think the house is quite nice. I think the next thing we need to do is figure out the demolition.
And how does that process work?
Gets referred to the demo committee, we look at it, we ask any questions, sometimes we go through a process to make sure that there's nothing historic about the house that we need to know. And then the demo committee recommends to the building department
Okay.
to issue a certificate, to issue demolition approval.
So then can we get an approval of the design tonight and then the demo?
Well, I think Alice's point is correct, we should probably, in step, we should probably get the approval for the demolition and have that drive the approval for the design, because we had a house earlier today that they took the house down illegally and then wanted us to approve the house, but we had to go back and approve the illegal demolition actually before we can consider the house. So Alice gets very happy when we get our steps in order.
Just one thing, and for me, it's a matter of being consistent as well. Right now, there's a patio in the front, right? It shows your patio to be removed, and that's now to be a turnaround or parking spaces.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
It's really just a turnaround.
Yeah, but really a turnaround that can fit a couple of cars, can it?
It could, but we have we have parking behind.
No, no,
so we don't
so-
need it. It's really just.
Since we're not approving it tonight, again,
bedrooms
as
in the
a,
house?
I'm sorry?
How many bedrooms is this house?
It is 4 upstairs, 1 on the first floor, and.
So 5 bedrooms?
Yes.
So 5 bedrooms would require 4 bedrooms?
4 bedrooms.
Okay.
so, again, I would ask you, since you're standing here, but apparently your applicants are here as well, is, maybe think about nixing the parking in the front. You've got a beautiful house. Why have cars in front of it? So,
Okay.
Do we have comments from the public? For the homeowner? Okay, so you're requesting adjournment until February, we'll adjourn you until February 27.
Okay.
We'll talk to the building department. figure out where we are on the demo permit side of this, and we'll get the information that we need.
Okay.
And then we'll move forward the steps in the proper order.
Okay, and so we'll just talk about the driveway, and you're okay with the exterior lighting? that you mentioned?
Yeah, I'm okay with the,
Okay.
thank you for pointing out, because I didn't see it on the rendering, that other exterior fixture.
Okay,
Okay?
great.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great,
thanks,
thank you.
Jim.
So I move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to February 27th for 52 Rogers Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All approved?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Losing. Okay. Next up is Demetrius Kais for 18 South Roscoe Drive, demolition of existing residence, construction of a two-story single-family dwelling with covered porches and detached garage.
I really like this line drawing. It's beautiful.
What?
The line drawing is so pretty.
It looks like calligraphy in a way, so it's very,
We have affidavits and they're in order.
That was my next question. My next question is, if this house has not been referred to us as demo candidate, is that because of the age of the house and the building department doesn't need it to refer to us?
That's what should be the answer, yes.
Okay, because just know that from a demolition standpoint, it has not come in front of us, but not been requested.
Then I assume it doesn't have to.
Although it's listed on my agenda.
Well, I imagine that's to let you know that there is an existing house there that is going to be demolished.
Okay.
But we can always
Right.
confirm.
And when was the house built?
We don't know.
It's in the Roscoe, it's in '70s, it's in the Roscoe farm. It's about 3 doors down from that.
Right,
It's
no,
3
no,
doors
I
down.
know,
Just
I know the house.
to err on the side of caution.
Unlikely to be old enough.
No, I know that, whether, I'm just talking about the process, whether it should have come to the demo committee. What is it, 75 years?
70.
70, is that what we said? 70?
70,
It's a-
yeah.
It's a rolling 70
Right.
years.
Yep, okay.
All right,
Hello.
hello. Okay, so state your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Todd Nagy. I'm Todd Nagy Architect PLC, and I'm the architect for 18 South Roscoe.
Great.
So it's kind of a two-part application, I guess, because we're proposing demolition of an existing structure and we're proposing a new construction.
Okay.
And the house was built, according to building department records, in November 1963.
1960. Okay.
I was -10.
So it's, yeah, getting close to 70, but.
Yeah, so
Okay.
how does it work with the demolition committee? Is that,
Any house that's older than 70 years
uh,
has to automatically come before the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation for review before the building department issues a demolition permit. If the house is not 70 years old, not a historic, and not a contributing historic structure, not in the historic district, that's not necessarily true, as I understand it, but Alice will probably correct me.
Correct.
Okay, so I think.
You
for-
made the cut.
okay.
So for purposes of tonight, I'm going to say in front of this board, let's talk about the structure and the design, not the
new
demolition.
proposed, okay.
Yeah, because it does not appear to be in our purview.
So basically, it's a, you want to call it 1.5 or 2-story frame, single-family residence with a detached 2-car garage. And the garage has a basement for the pool equipment so that nobody has to see it or hear it. There's a swimming pool, gunite swimming pool and spa in the rear yard. And so if I could, well, we have a landscape plan as well, but I want to get really further into this, into the house here. Okay, so it's gable shingle style. Roof is red cedar shingles left to weather. Sidewalls, I have samples. I can show you what we are proposing. This is a, it's either white or yellow cedar.
but it pre-dipped, so it's staying on all sides, and it's a 50-year warranty. It's from my Canadian company, and of all the grays they have, we chose this. It has no reddish or bluish hues. It just seems like really neutral gray. So it's my go-to gray for me. It's a nice color. So that's the sidewalls. All the trim work would be white, AZEC, and we have bluestone patios, and we're proposing risers for the stairs and the chimney of stone, which I have a sample there. This is made to be a material that gets, into a plywood surface, and it's a dark gray that's slightly darker than the shingle, and very uniform. They gave me about 10 of these. They're all identical, so it's not a model effect. So as far as
I'm sorry, that stone is to be used where?
Oh, so it's if we go back to the front elevation here, it would be the chimney, which is actually in the rear of the house. So that's up top. And then the riser material of the patios. So we're,
Including the front one?
yes.
Okay, just wanted to know.
Yeah, because otherwise that winds up sometimes being stucco, which I think is not so attractive. And, let me see, what I was just looking for. Oh, I want to talk about the details a little bit because I'm a little like Zoom illiterate.
We'll do this tonight, but in the future, can you please bring a real computer?
Yeah.
Because when you present, and this is to everyone presenting to ARB, please, because when people present from their phone, what comes up on our screen and what is shared on Zoom is kind of inconsiderate to the public that's watching, because they really can't see the detail. We're lucky enough to have paperwork, but part of this is so neighbors understand what we're building. So I would ask in the future you bring a full PC.
I understand. Yeah, I want to talk, the details, they may look a little complex because I'm showing the construction behind them, but the actual fascia and rake and freeze board are just a 1x8 with a 1-inch AZEC cover. And the same thing with the column detail. Right here. If you look at the detail, it has a bunch of detail in it, but it's really just a square. There's no panels, there's no chamfers in the corners.
Okay, I think why don't you take us through elevation by elevation before we get to the details, so we understand the west, the south.
Sure.
So we can look at it in totality, and then we can talk about these small details.
Yep.
Or, they're not small details, these specific details.
Okay. Yeah, so the front elevation is basically it's 2 gables, and where we have all casement windows, top light only. It's really shingle styles a page out of English history, so those are the typical details that they would have, like base flare and sidewall flare. Wherever there is a freeze board, it's a 1x8. So that's consistent throughout the whole house, all the rakes and overhangs. When you come to a dormer, you'll have a much smaller dormer overhang, like probably, we'll say 3-inch, for example, on the sidewalls. You see the roof goes past the dormer only about 3 inches on the edges. So the dormers are played down. And the windows typically we'd have either 2 or 3 casement windows together, unless it's something like we'd have a bathroom, we might have a single window. Front door would be mahogany, 2¼ inch thick. All the windows are Marvin Elevate, so they're white.
Okay.
Like I said, all the trim work is white as well. So the color palette is really just red cedar roof, which turns, as you know, it's orange for a year or so, and then it becomes a gray, and it gets to be a darker gray.
Okay.
Then we have the light gray.
Let's move on to the south elevation.
Sure. So south elevation is not unlike the front in terms of the gable. The basic form of the house is 2 gables with the roof in the middle and a little
So
bump out over
that's
here.
not that's the east elevation, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's the rear elevation, which is the
Okay.
east. So we're proposing board and batten for certain parts of the elevation, like this little bump out for the kitchen. just because the white kind of sets it off, so not everything is gray shingle. So that's considered trim, so that would be white. There's a covered porch on the side of the house, and gliding doors in the back, so that the house can open up to the backyard.
Okay.
You see more of the chimney in the rear of the house, so you can see where that stack comes out, because that's in the family room, which is the rear of the house. The second floor, there's really not much second floor in the rear here. There's 2 bedrooms facing the back in each gable. And the balusters and, well, very typical traditional wood balusters. Good backing. As far as, well, side elevations. So one side, oh, these are doghouse dormers. So I feel if you
So this
shed-
is, for everyone, this is the south side.
Yeah, this is the left side, which is facing south. And yeah, so the doghouse dormer, I feel like that looks nice from the front elevation because it's almost like has a Tudor look to it. So if you look at the, sorry about
The left
Yeah, the
facing
front
is the
elevation.
south or the north?
The left facing is the south on his drawing. The south elevation is the left side.
Wait, isn't he on the east side of the street?
Oh, sorry, I might have confused that. That's,
Are they
the
backwards?
south side
Yeah.
is the right side of the house.
Okay.
Right.
I did, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I drew the pyramid on here too, but I feel from the front of the house, it's nicer to see the doghouse dormers than the shed dormers. So if you look at that, it has a kind of Tudor look. So you see more red cedar roof when you do that. It's a nice look. And that's on the north side of the house as well.
Okay.
There's a side entrance, which is a mudroom, so if
Yeah.
you pull the car off the driveway, you go right into the mudroom, the pantry, the kitchen, it's all connected. You bring the groceries in that way. And there's a small doghouse dormer on the side,
Okay.
and that's the rear covered porch. That's in the far distance in that image.
Anything else?
Yeah, I do. Let me see. So this is the rendering. So actually the garage, should talk about the garage a bit. The garage is, so it's a detached 2-car garage in the rear of the property. And like I said, the pool equipment is below the garage. So the garage is just a simple hip roof. So you see the red cedar shingles on all sides, no gable end. Makes it a little more diminutive. And it's got,
Okay.
2 casement windows facing the house. And garage doors facing the side, so you don't see them from the street.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Are those garage doors glass?
Yes,
Please tell me
aluminum
now.
frame with glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They
Ready?
face the side, like I said, it's.
Board members?
I'd rather not start. So either John or Jane, if you don't mind?
I'll start. I mean, this is a very interesting neighborhood. There's, I would say, of all the neighborhoods in the village, there's not much that's consistent in that circle, you know. So
that's true.
the fact that this house is not typical of Southampton Village is less of an issue because of the conglomeration of design in that area. I'm not a fan of stone chimneys. That's one thing that stands out to me. Not a fan of the glass doors due to light pollution and, you know, just the general design as it compares to most homes and garages in the village. And the rendering here doesn't really, it's not consistent with the the survey. The house is about 20 feet from the neighboring property, and for that reason, I have issue with the balcony on the second floor, which essentially looks right into the neighbor to the south. And it's a fairly large balcony. But that's all I have to start at the moment, so I'll wait and hear what others have to say as well.
Jane?
Jeff, you want to go?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Now
Sure. All right, thank you. So the rendering is darn cute. The reality of the drawing and knowing where the house will situate on the property. So the good news is you're 50 feet back, and that's nice. I think by right you could be closer. I believe, though, given the fact that you have the gables extending on either side, that it's going to present itself pretty massive to the street. The neighborhood is changing, and I said that on the house we approved on White Street, which I again regret, and it was a mistake, quite honestly. And part of that is an issue that we have to deal with the trustees and the code. I mean, things are going to change. The question is, how do we want the things to change? So this house, I believe, is going to be more massive than your rendering presents itself to be. I think certain of the elements which might otherwise be fine, the heavy use of stone on the front and on the chimney, as opposed to either brick or a deck might be, you said it's either stone or stucco, but it could also be wood with lattice work, which probably would have been more traditional of a historic house. And perhaps one that, like this, has sort of a cottage feel. And to that extent, you use the sort of transom-like windows, but the windows that have the 5 across the top, right, which is cute.
Oh, I didn't notice that double transom in the front. Yeah, that's.
But I'm not sure that at the end. I mean, it works in isolation. I'm just not sure if it works in connection with or in harmony with the neighborhood. But like my fellow board members said, there's a fair number of different styles and used in here. Again, we have parking up front. And then, I don't have in my drawing, but you said there's a porch, or is there a balcony in the back?
Yeah, there's a balcony. Here, let me show you.
Yeah, yep. You got a lot of balcony and a lot of windows in the back, which is a nice concept. Oh, the second tier, on the second floor, windows. I can understand the sliding doors or whatever they are on the front. And what did you say the siding is? Is it shingled? Is it natural sink?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's,
so it's going to be gray,
Yeah, white cedar, it's pre-dipped, it's white cedar.
but it's not going to age naturally.
Well, it's stained.
It's stained.
So no, it's not going to age.
Okay.
It's already aged.
Thank you. And then the roof material is?
Red cedar.
Red cedar.
That's red cedar, thank you.
Not to weather.
All right, so that's a good thing.
Anything else?
Yeah, no, that's it.
Okay, Jane.
Well, it is a very different neighborhood. I just feel from looking at this rendering, it's very heavy on the terrace, the blue stone, and then around the pool again, and then has this little tiny little segment of lawn there. Just seems like it's covering an awful lot of the property from that perspective. As far as the house goes, it does look darling in this rendering, but again, it's hard to say because we don't have the complete plans here.
Okay. Can I see your record? Here's the issue. To their points, I think, yes, I think this is a neighborhood, many houses, many styles, but here's my one big complaint. One thing that we try not to do is borrow from history. And in order for roof lines to sag, the house had to be there for a while. So I think when you start putting these sloping roof lines to imitate history for a house that's been there for a while, they start to look like Hansel and Gretel cottages. And when I look at a house that's this big and the amount of long sloping roof lines in it, it looks like we're trying to borrow history, and it doesn't look historically, it doesn't look accurate to what a new house would be. So I would caution that all of them do that. Going around the house, when you go to the front, you've got more of a traditional fenestration pattern on the house because you've got transoms over transoms on one side. You've got a gang with sort of 4 over large ones on the second story at the front, but suddenly I come around the back of the house and I've got all picture windows. I've got sliding doors, I've got open glass, so the back of the house gets suddenly contemporary in its fenestration to the front of the house, so the house doesn't present to me as a whole, which I don't really think works that well. I just think if we take sort of the borrowed history Hansel and Gretel piece out of this and straighten the house out a little bit, it's a handsome house. I just think that part is problematic. I think the board and batten idea is strong for the kitchen area there because I think it breaks them up. The one thing that I would have an issue with, and will continue to have an issue with, is the garage doors that are glass because those 2 glass door garages are actually facing the neighbor to the side. And I think that that's sort of a, especially in the faux period sort of classic design of what your house want this house to be, to suddenly have these big contemporary garage doors that shine lights on the neighbors, just feel incongruous, architecturally to the rest of the house. So that would be my initial set of comments to you. Before we go on, are there any comments from the public? Okay. So you've heard of what the board has to say. Do you have comment now, or do you want to think about that and come back, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, actually, I appreciate your commentary, because everything that you pointed on are things that I know to be, questionable. Like the glass garage doors, I'll bring that up with my client. I'm not a big fan of them. The windows in the rear definitely could have the muntins, especially, I'm not sure we can do it on the large sliding door, we may be able to, but.
Of course you can.
wall-
I own them. You can. They're made by Marvin.
Yeah.
Yes.
These
I
are-
have in 16 foot, yes.
Yeah, and nothing wrong with French doors either.
No.
Yeah, so
But-
I'm
oh,
okay with
good.
that. That's, the stone, this is a house I designed about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And if you look into the front porch, we have similar color scheme. It's the Mybeck gray
Yeah.
shingle with the stone. But when you're 30 or 40 feet away, the difference between stone and brick, you see the color tone more than you see the material. So, I like the stone, but I understand the comment.
Yeah.
As far as parking in the rear, in the front, that's really a turnaround. And I know that came up earlier in the night with someone, but if you have, I looked in the other properties in the area, and I can show you. So I was curious about how other people dealt with that. And if you look at these
Yeah.
photos, you'll see, for the most part, everybody has that. And, I think the idea really is that you have to be able to turn around, because you don't want to have to back out.
It also serves as guest parking and off-street parking, but yeah.
And it is an eclectic
That's
neighborhood. It's
not
almost
the
like
house shows.
Pheasant Close South, where in Pheasant
Yeah.
Close, that community, we have different
There's a little bit
architectural
of everything
styles.
back there.
Yeah, I think
Well, I think you've heard the comments. Take them to heart and come back. But I think as a basis, you're in a good spot. It's just that we need some fine tuning here, And I also feel like when you walk around the house, it should look like the same house, especially where fenestration is concerned. And I think,
Can I just make a little comment? Like as far as the roof pitch changes, part of that was to get up to the height where I could meet the ridge going across. So
well, that sounds like that'll be a new problem to solve for you.
yeah. But could it be maybe less of an angle, like more subtle? Like right now, if it's say 1612 and then it goes to 1212? Could it be 1612 going to 1412 so that it's less
Well,
noticeable?
You've heard my, this is not everybody's comment, it's mine, but you've heard my comment with, like, if it looks like it looks like a roof that looks like it's been there a while and you're borrowing from history in that way, it's gonna be a problem. Especially in that neighborhood where there is no history. So, I think, just take, we can't tell you what to do, you'll have to make your own decision and come back to us, but I think you've heard what the concerns are and address it as you will. And again, please take my suggestion and bring a PC next time.
Okay.
And do not present by phone. Right.
And there is,
Yeah.
there is precedent for the curves, and I can show you a lot of them,
Yeah.
but, because the area has
Yeah.
a ton of different things going on,
Yeah,
but
but
what I did is I
I'm
drove
sure
through
it
the
does,
neighborhood, and I was just taking pictures of things that
Yeah.
we were doing that had precedent, but there's quite a bit of it.
Well, that's different. You see how that sort of has a Dutch colonial line to it? Yours were
Yeah.
just sloping like those 70 houses that borrowed from history. So well, you've heard my comments. So anyway, so it sounds to me like you want adjournment.
Mhm.
Okay, so when do you think you'll be ready to return? February 27th?
I would say 2 weeks, yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to February 27th for 18 South Roscoe Drive. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up is 83 Lewis Street. Demolition of existing garage, construction of a new garage and swimming pool.
Is this a historic garage? Not this one.
Hello, just go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Spring Yu, and I will be presenting for 83 Lewis tonight. Okay. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this is the site plan for 83 Lewis. There is sorry, the mouse is so laggy. I got really confused just now.
That's good. We're glad you have one. Thanks. Now we have big pictures, so thank you.
Yay. So this this dotted box here is the existing garage, and then here's the existing driveway. It basically stops here. And so we're proposing to remove this garage and
Do you know, what do we know about that garage? Do you know when that garage was built? Was it original to the house?
that garage is listed on the inventory thing,
Mhm.
but we don't really know anything about what it looked like. And there's this picture from when they did the inventory in 1998,
Mhm.
and you can only see the roof behind
Right.
the hedge.
But do we think that garage was built in the 20s?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so that makes it, it's probably on our list. Okay, so it is a structure that's more than 70 years old. Okay.
Yeah, here it is. Yep, see. Yep.
So apart from the garage, we are proposing to have a pool here as well. So we can take a look at the existing garage. So front, side, rear, you can kind of see it in relationship to the existing house here. Because the inventory doesn't have any description of what the siding of the garage looks like. We don't really know how historical this current, exterior material is, but we are proposing to have a very similar garage to basically try to emulate what is existing. So this front elevation is the front of the garage, but it actually faces the north side. So you drive in like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have the garage door that is trying to emulate these. These are actually, they're like barn doors actually, so they're not super useful for parking cars. And so there would also be 3 windows on the south side and the rear on this side of the garage. And the other 2 walls would be blank. There's a little outdoor shower that faces the pool side. And so, just read the materials. So the roof would be asphalt, the weathered wood color, which is the same as this, and then having hardy clapboard siding in Booth Bay blue, which is a very similar color to this existing blue. And then the windows and the doors are going to be white.
Just out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
why are you rebuilding it? You've got a structure that was part of, and you know what we went through with this house on Lewis Street when you guys tried to move the windows on it, given because it's a historic house. It's not an historic district, but it's a historic house. And we went to great lengths to preserve the historic aspect of this house. So now we have a garage that you're going to rebuild to look the same, which would be taking down, it was technically the same kind of historic structure that represents the entire property. So why are you trying to do this?
So part of it is that this garage is too small. The existing garage is kind of too small to park to code right now. So right now, the existing property doesn't have enough parking spaces for the amount of bedrooms that are in the house. And so part of getting a new garage is having 2 parking spaces, enough parking spaces to meet the code for the bedrooms. Because currently the garage, the width is only about 18 feet wide, which does not accommodate 2 cars inside. It can accommodate 1, and there's not really enough parking space in front of it either. So we're trying to move it to the rear so that we can accommodate for more parking spaces.
Well, I'm going to let you take this back to the building department on that part of this issue, because the code says that you can't have to move more than 1 car. So if you're saying that 2 cars at the garage and 2 at the parking pad back there, I'll let you deal with the building department whether or not that meets their code or not. But I'm going back to my central issue. So you're moving the garage for parking.
And also for general living niceness, I guess.
Making room for the pool.
Well, it doesn't, but it doesn't. Because if the original garage is where the white box is and you're sliding it off, is the original garage where the parking pad is?
The original garage is
Oh, it's
this
here,
box
okay.
here, so it's very close to the house, and so currently
I'm
the
sorry, Jen,
driveway
you're right.
doesn't really accommodate quite enough cars. Like you can kind of park a car
Mhm.
here, and you cannot really park a second car next to it.
Right.
So I think, though, and Mark, I think you were going with this, before we could do anything, we have to find out the relationship or the origin or the provenance of that garage. You know, if it's part of the historic house.
It's a historic it could be a historic
Right.
out structure to a historic house that went to great pains
Right.
to protect after the unfortunate fire.
All right. Now, then I ask the question, assuming that it's historic and therefore it can stay there, well, it could stay there anyway, it's grandfathered. As I walked the property today, which I did, and this is obviously the client's decision, there's so much room in the back to place the pool distant from the house rather than centered. And having to look at a pool, again, this is the owner's prerogative, but to look at a pool that's going to be covered 8 months out of the year, boy, I think he could pick a better location without moving the garage and put the pool in the back and put in a pool house, and you have more green space, and I just don't understand the logic of it all. But that's not, that's up to your client. But in terms of the history of the garage, I'd like to know its age, its relationship to the house. And as Mark said, we went through so much with the windows that
There's so much to save the house, yeah.
this might be an integral part of the history of the house. And if it already exists, then you're not compelled to move it to become compliant with current parking regulations. I would think, right?
Well,
That's a
they
question for
currently
Alex.
have C of O and everything, so yeah,
Yeah.
it's irrelevant at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, because it's pre-existing, but that we can consider pre-existing non-conforming. All right, so let's bifurcate this out two ways.
That's usually the way one bifurcates.
I know, okay, so we should talk about, you're right, it's getting late. We should talk about the process of what we're going to talk about how do we determine the history of the garage to figure out what we need to do about the demolition part of that. Then we should talk about, do we have comments about the new design? And then the third question would be, has anybody actually entertained if they wanted to, as a historic structure, actually move the existing garage? But that's not for tonight's discussion. So what do we do here? I think we need to talk to the building department about the age of the structure
Well,
and the demolition, right?
Do we?
And possibly refer it to Zach.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I think that's what we should do. But in the meantime, do we go ahead and give comment on the current plan?
Well, it's like the last one, we waited until we have decision on the demolition
Yeah,
to comment on.
yeah, but I think that's probably what we should do. Let's wait till we have decision on the demolition. Okay, so I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I think we'll talk to the building department, we'll figure out what's up with the demolition of the existing garage and its permissibility or its potential history as a building. And then once we understand that, we'll come back and talk about what the next step is based on that decision. I know it's not what you want to hear tonight, but I think that's sort of where we are in the process.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. The garage, when you're in the house, the garage is very close to the house. I know the village houses, the garage is a lot of times
They
all
were,
the way in the back.
right.
So it blocks the backyard too, if you can zoom it in. So when you're sitting in the sunroom or the kitchen, you basically just see a garage in the backyard.
But
So that's another motive of moving it.
But it's something to understand from, this is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. From our standpoint, sometimes that's what gives the neighborhood character, is that's where they were located when the house was built, and that's what we sometimes work hard to protect. So we're gonna need to do our homework on, and find out about that aspect of this before we can actually comment about what would replace it should it go.
Yeah.
Okay?
And one more thing, the garage is how many, 60 feet, 65 feet? 65 feet away from the
Yeah.
street.
Mhm.
So 65 feet away from the street, and I think it's not really that visible from the street.
It's visible enough. It's visible enough
That
that we
doesn't-
could see it driving by, and remember, it's been there a while, so let us do our work, and then we'll go for it from there. So I'm assuming you're asking for an adjournment?
Yes.
Okay, I move we accept the applicant's adjournment for, what street, we have to 83 Lewis Street, to February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
Will
favor?
they have time to look
Aye.
at it by then?
Aye. Well, we'll adjourn to then. If we don't, we can
Okay,
adjourn
okay.
again. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks, Springs. Thanks to you.
Okay, so next up we have 144 Pulaski Street, amend an approval for painting a residence.
I have a hand raised.
Great.
We have affidavits and they're in order.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Oh, you know what?
I stole
You
Jeff's.
found it,
I stole
okay.
Jeff's. Somewhere I found my agenda, so I stole yours.
Oh, okay, good. Well, actually, no, that was yours. This is mine. Mine's all marked up. And that file, I think,
Hi,
Shane,
guys.
is.
Hello, okay, state your name, please.
Oh, hi, this is Mike Zinder again from 36 Pulaski.
Oh,
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I
from
didn't
the
ask for
public.
public
Emma
comment
just-
on it.
Okay.
Emma just let me in. Just briefly, let me just say, so I've visited 83 Lewis Street many times over the years.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
we
we're
already closed the
closed.
record
Close
on
the
that.
record, I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, you're gonna have
But
to.
we didn't move, it'll be coming back to us. You'll have an opportunity to speak about it.
Okay, I was just gonna say, as you consider it, the.
Okay,
the
sir,
gentleman that
we've
approached-
closed the record and can no longer take public comment on it. I'm sorry.
I apologize, Mr. Zender, I didn't see your hand.
Right. So what you can do is submit a letter, okay, in addition to coming at the next time it's heard. But this way, the letter will be in the file, and so we'll get to it.
Gotcha.
Okay, is anyone here for 144 Pulaski?
Actually, we do have a hand up right now.
Great.
They have declined 3 times in a row.
Is there a name?
Yeah.
Miran,
Moran?
144 Pulaski Street, LLC, amend existing approval.
Please don't decline the invitation to join.
One second. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. The application before you is to amend the previously approved application. The only difference is that the previous application had gray casings and fascias, and my client is proposing to keep them white, the same color as the main body of the house.
So the entire framework of the house will be white?
That is correct.
I'm confused.
You're my new best friend.
No, so what's this?
So, yeah, what's this? That's existing.
Mayron, can you show us, please?
I don't have the renderings in front of me, and I'm not very savvy with this Zoom. The renderings before and after were submitted to the board members, if they could share it with us.
We
No,
have,
Yeah, we
Sorry.
have them.
but didn't
This-
the
Can you
original-
see me?
I'm sorry?
No, okay, so John's, the rendering that we have shows, I guess, did you submit a rendering that had the original submission that had the dark gray frames and the
Yes.
dark gray trim?
Yes.
And then the second picture is just the house under construction with only white trim everywhere.
That is correct.
And that's what you're,
So what you're actually asking for is permission not to paint it gray,
That is correct.
to paint the doors, the columns, the trim, the fascia boards, all white.
Oh, my God.
That's correct.
But wasn't the
Yes, sir.
house originally supposed to be red shingle?
Not this house.
Not this house? You sure?
That's the house I always remember it as.
Right.
The columns are actually painted white. The window casings is an AZAC. They're gonna probably just touch it up with white paint and match the main body of the house.
But I thought the original plan of the house
I don't
that was
remember.
approved had red, natural red shingles. Myron,
Yes,
what was the original approved siding?
the horizontal siding or shingles, I'm sorry, shingles painted white.
Shingles
And board
painted white?
on top.
I don't know,
We-
maybe I was
Which would
looking
have
at,
only made sense with the dark trim that was originally,
The shingles did not change, sir. And the only thing that they're proposing to do is fascias, columns, and the casings to be white. That's it. The board and battens exist, and the shingles on the bottom are white, and,
To be honest with you, I always remember it to be white because
You did?
because we battled away from black to gray.
yeah.
Yeah, it was from gray to white.
That's how I remember it as well.
but the main part of the house,
I never.
Right, was always white.
it was always white?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, correct, that is
all
correct.
right.
All right. Board members.
I like the idea.
I'm fine with
So-
all white. No objections to all white.
I was actually going to lobby you tonight to paint it white if it was going to be another color, because when I drove by today and looked at it under construction, having the whole thing white across the front is much more harmonious to the neighborhood and actually makes the house look better to the street.
And it's less aggressive when you look at it in
Thank you. Oh, my
Yes.
gosh, yes.
We all agree. All right, so I'm going to move, any
Public
comments from
comment?
the public? Thank you for keeping me honest. Okay,
That's a job.
then. Address my actions.
I've been told that.
Oh, 144 Pulaski Street.
I'm going to move we accept the applicant's Application 144 Pulaski Seat to change the trim color from gray to white to all white, including trim columns, doors, windows, casements, and frieze boards. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
Guys, thank you. I always have to wait until the last, but it's worth it. Have a great night, everyone.
All right, next up, then we have 48 Bellows Lane, proposed new windows and skylights. Adair Alexander, are you in the house? And you've been here a while, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. My name's Joseph Gallinaro. I'm the architect representing the Alexanders. This application seems to me pretty straightforward. There are there's no change in the siding. We're using the exact same windows, the Anderson 400 series windows with the white, the same coloration, everything. I am on the Zoom.
Yeah, if you could just
if I
throw it
could-
up there.
Yeah, I won't have this next time,
Yeah.
this cell phone, I promise.
You heard me about phone.
Yes,
So we'll put this in
I
the
will
back.
accept.
Alex, remind me, let's add that to the agenda for next week.
No
about
phones.
presentation by phone.
No phone.
Understood.
I just feel sorry for the public when the pictures are so small.
Yeah.
And me. I'm old.
If people have phones and turn them landscape, it does help, I believe.
Yes, I
Oh.
think I'll be trying that for sure.
Look at that, the happy landscape guy. Look at that.
Yeah, the tree in front.
Thanks for the tip, Alex.
Okay, so this is,
Problem.
we're looking at the west elevation, which is the portion of the house you see as you drive into the main driveway. There's an existing blue door that is to remain. Again, all the white trim is to remain, the cedars to remain, the brick, the landscaping, everything is to remain. We're just interested in replacing some windows. Primarily, if you start from the left-hand side, you could see there's a casement window right below a new proposed skylight. That's set way back in the house, replacing existing casement windows and an addition of a skylight on either side of the gable roof. And then adjacent to the, moving to the from left to right, there's the existing blue door. Going further to the right is proposed new window. Currently, there's a very small window above the sink, as you can see here, that doesn't allow for a lot of light to come into the house. Again, this is the western face of the house. It's set back behind this overhang entryway. One of the main concerns and complaints of the client is that whole kitchen area became very dark, or is very dark. So the introduction of a larger window and flanked by two operable casement windows that will allow some ventilation to come in was the design solution for that area. And then above the gable roof, which is above the kitchen, is where we would propose the skylights. I guess you could see the skylight on the right-hand side, sort of above the existing windows that are part of the entry sequence as you come in. The entry is on the right-hand side. You could see the overhang. Oops, sorry. Where are you?
How do you bring groceries?
Okay, so this stuff due to, okay, sorry, I have to restart this so that I don't get the interruption. Sorry. Seems like it was kicked out as soon.
Okay, just so I'm moving you along while you're doing that, as I'm
Yes.
understanding it, you're changing the window to the right of the front door to put a bigger window in the kitchen, asking permission to put 4 skylights in,
Correct.
and that's it.
There are a few other replacement windows around
Okay.
the
Are they
perimeter, but
replacing in kind, or are they size and mullion different?
in kind for most of them, and to the right of the windows in the kitchen, there's, instead of one large windows, there's 2 smaller windows that are adjacent to each other as part of the, like a bathroom area.
On the west elevation.
West
Correct.
elevation? Okay.
Yes, so the east elevation doesn't have any new windows. All those are existing to remain.
Right.
The north and south,
When I first looked at this, there were so many existings, it took
Yeah,
it took me a minute to figure out what direction.
What actually
Yeah.
changed, right?
yeah, there's not a, right, there's not a lot.
All right, so I'm going through this a little fast with you. The west
Thank you.
elevation, you are big window, 2 side casements for the kitchen. You're replacing to the left of the front door in kind with a casement, and you're punching a skylight in the roof over it, which is D06, right?
D06?
Style number D06.
Oh, sorry.
It's a skylight to the roof over that little.
Yes.
area.
Well, there are
Skylight.
2 skylights. There's, the other skylight
And
is
then
over
then
the,
there's 2 over the kitchen.
right, right.
Correct.
Right.
So there's 2 over the dining room,
Okay,
and there's 2 over the kitchen, both, one on either side.
okay. And the other one is on the north elevation over that triple gang that you were just talking about before you went away,
Yeah.
which is over that triple gang of windows, and I don't know what that room is.
The triple gang of existing windows is entry, and then to the left of it, that's the dining room. Those are
Okay.
new,
Right.
replacement, direct, size, everything.
Yeah, so they're just replacing kind.
Correct.
Okay. Any other windows you're replacing?
No.
Okay. Board members?
But my only comment is the big picture window that you're putting over, I guess that's over the countertops in the kitchen. That, I wish there was another solution that was more consistent with the windows in the, rest of the house. I don't know what that might be, but it just, it seems to break up, well, the similarity of the windows. That's essentially the only issue I have.
I actually was asked to bring cut sheets of the windows, so I brought copies. I don't know if this, I just leave it here or if just,
Let's,
I mean, this is
Throw
the
'em
way
out.
the
Let's put it on the
house
table
is
now.
now.
Let's just
I
go
mean,
board
that
comments.
seems
Okay.
to be more,
Jane?
I would, if we're to see
I'm not familiar with the house, because I guess
windows
this has
banked like
been
that, then-
before us
Yeah.
before, or is
Yeah.
this,
so,
what is the year of the house?
Is it,
there was a major renovation done in 2017. I don't know what the,
it's the house we looked at on Bellows.
Oh, right,
That
okay,
just wants the windows.
yes.
So it's not a historic house, or it's not an old
Yeah.
house?
It's not an old house, no,
No.
okay, just curious, okay,
I mean, yeah.
yeah, and I think it's a little odd the way the window is so wide there, but, I understand you need light in your kitchen.
right. So I think, I'm sorry.
Go
John.
ahead.
Okay. So in talking to John and looking at the house, having driven by it earlier, my major concern at that point was whether the skylights would be visible from the street. And I think your rendering makes it appear that they would be, when in fact, I think in reality, they're going to be set back to the point where they're not going to be
They'll
visible.
mildly visible.
Yeah. But when you look at the actual picture of the house, that little bump out is
Yeah.
halfway
It's subservient.
halfway down the back. But
yeah.
at the same time, I share the concern that Jane and John put forward about the picture window. And I think, and John had an idea that rather than a picture window with 2, I don't know whether those are casements or
Casements,
whatever, is right now, go back to the original picture. The house as it currently exists.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that single window works well with the door, works well with the porch. It all seems to be inviting to come into that front door, and instead you've replaced that diminutive window, and that's the issue, I realize, with a big picture window that should be in a living room looking at the backyard, not the front to the street. So, as an alternative, what my colleague on the right suggested was maybe you put two windows, gang two windows. Is that what you were saying,
Yeah,
John?
just bank 2 windows or
Yeah.
3, whatever makes the most sense
I
to,
think, yeah.
over the
I
counter.
completely agree with you. A set of side-by-side casement windows. First of all, if you look at the Munton pattern of the window that you have to the left of the front door, which is a solid Munton, that's what you're going to get in a casement. So instead of having 2 small casements in a picture, just two wider casement windows and put a pair of, and then you'd have casements, because that's what you want. Go about the same, because it's too hard to raise. I get that. But if you had 2 side by side, you have a little more glass, but not as much glass as you have now. They'd be casements and be operable. I think they'd be a little more harmonious with what you've got going on there.
Gotcha.
Because having the window be a little bigger by the front door makes it look a little less like a bathroom from the street.
Yeah.
Because you have a little bit more glass there. But I think that's the one issue. And I think that from my perspective, I think the skylights are fine.
Great.
Agreed.
Anybody else? So I guess, are you asking me for an adjournment?
Public
Next
comment?
we can show it.
Oh, public comment.
Oh, any public comment? I'm assuming everyone's asleep.
This is
Including
not
me.
a negotiation at this point. This has come back, or do we talk about size and then
You would need to come back and show us an
Okay.
elevation with the windows
with
you're
the 2
proposing.
casement windows?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
Great.
I hear you asking for an
Asking for an
adjournment for
adjournment,
February
yeah.
27th. So is that correct? So I
Yeah.
move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 48 Bellows Lane till February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up on the list, 101 Old Town Road, single-family dwelling, detached garage with breezeway
No.
and gazebo.
Nope.
No, that's not on.
That's postponed.
Yeah.
And we already postponed it, right?
No, we don't need to postpone it.
Okay.
We
So
haven't
the
taken
next up-
jurisdiction.
Is moving over to carryover matters for, what are we up to?
Gates.
Gates.
Stofic, 40 North Main Street.
I have too many agendas in front of me, sorry, Gates non-historic. Sorry, okay.
No, this is historic.
I think
Gates
this is
historic,
historic.
hang on.
Yes.
40 North Main.
Oh, here we are. Thank you. 40 North Main, John, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's John Bennett for the applicant. Can I, Heather Stocknick, who's one of the 2 owners, Heather and Matthew are the 2 owners. Can you let her in? If she's raised her hand. Oh, great. Just, if you could say hello, I just want to make sure you can be heard, Heather.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Good evening, board members.
Okay. I'm going to ask Heather to talk about a narrative here, which I think is going to hopefully have you understand the very, very personal and very visceral need for what we're asking here for, which is a gate that is not within the parameters of your policy, but if ever there was a question of loosening of a policy based upon the very, very frightening thing that has happened at this property, here it is. But it does nevertheless comply with zoning. So this is, if you're familiar with this house, I knew this is, growing up, as the Corwin house, because it was in the Corwin family. And one of the things that I think helps this application is a very vertical house. It's next to the old Archie College house, which has a big, Widow's Walk, enclosed Widow's Walk on the top. This is just to the north, and it is also quite vertical, which lends itself to a gate which be, although albeit not within your policy, would be more vertical and conforming, 6 feet high, 6 feet wide. When the client approached me, I said, let's see if we can do something about the height of the gate, but you're going to have to conform to the openness of the gate, because the board has always stood solid on that. So that is something that we did. The latest, and by the way, I think your policy is written a little strangely. I think.
Okay, this is not the time to argue that.
No. I'm telling you why. Because it talks about 40%. I think what you really want is you want a 60% openness. No.
No, actually, it was correct.
Well,
40%
okay.
open on
Well, we gave you
the
60%.
transparency width of the gates.
We gave you
Go-
60% because
let's
you're always
go.
doing 50,
Yeah.
It's written strangely, it should be, but anyway, we gave you 60% because that's enough to keep somebody from coming through, but the height is the issue because it's very important, given what's happened here, to have a gate that can't be jumped. These were police reports that I was just only able to get today, so I hope you would indulge us.
They were actually distributed to us this afternoon.
Oh, they were. I have extra copies, but
That's
you
okay, they were
distributed them.
distributed
Yeah, we had them.
Okay, perfect. So as your code 116.18A4 allows what we're proposing here, but again, because of the circumstances and because of the verticality of the property, I don't think you're doing too much damage to your policy by allowing this. This has been a very, very frightening situation for Matthew and Heather and their family, and I think it's very important that you hear it in person what's happened here, which is essentially a home incursion 2 times by the same person.
You got the
who,
letter, actually.
yeah, but also in
I've actually
addition to
read the
that,
letter, too.
no, but in addition to that, this person has not showed up for any of the criminal charges, and there's a bench warrant out on this person. Heather, if you could just, I think it's very important that you hear and everyone hear how actually palpable this fear is and unreasonable.
Hi, thank you so much for your time, and I'll try and be brief. I appreciate that you have the letter, you've had a chance to look at it. We had a gentleman, Mr. Shomani Yates, enter our home on September 11th. On September 17th, he returned to our home and he was again arrested. As Mr. Bennett said, he hasn't shown up and there's a bench warrant for his arrest. Beyond
Heather,
that,
if I may, in your home, you mean quite literally in your house. Correct?
he was arrested in my bedroom. He believes it is his home. He felt so comfortable in my home that he added his profile to my Netflix account. He thinks it's his, he is going to live there. He found my husband's personal email. He's contacted us by email. He has sent us letters. This gentleman has a history of targeting houses. We don't know him.
He's not a gentleman.
Well, Mr. Yates is a complete stranger. He has a history of targeting homes and coming back many, many months after the fact. So by way of example, there's a house on the Upper West Side, and every 6 to 8 months he shows up and bangs on the door and screams, let me in, and the police are called and he's taken away. My husband and I have spent a lot of resources. We added glass break alarms. I have cameras. I have upgraded my security system. My concern is that when my children are in the backyard, I'm in the backyard, there's no protection. So this gentleman, Mr. Yates, it's not a general concern. I have a very specific concern about this person coming back, finding someone in what he believes to be his house, that's a fact, and he'll hurt me, he'll hurt my children. And
It's going to be much more difficult to jump a 6-foot gate.
I am incredibly scared for my safety.
I imagine you are. That's a frightening, horrible situation.
We are so appreciative of the Southampton Police Department. They've been great, and I'm appreciative of the security consultants we work with, but no one can make us safe in our own front or backyard.
And I've represented the family since they purchased the property, and they've taken absolutely wonderful care of this old Corn house, and it's been
So
lovely.
why don't we move on to the design of the gate?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, the whole question is the height, and we've tried to design it.
You have to present the whole gate, because there's the height, there's
Oh,
transparency,
okay.
there's
Well,
color.
it's a wooden gate with the appropriate transparency, and
the drawing
it's
shows
on
the gate.
brick columns, which are already there. There would have to be, I think, moved back to make sure the queuing lines are there. But it's there in front of you. It's fairly vanilla ice cream.
Do you have the plan to show the public?
Well, it should be.
Is it the same as last time?
No, it's, we filed the matter, we filed it last week. It's just, we opened up the, we opened it up to make it more transparent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said it's too high, and I still can't.
Oh, that's not the one.
Is that the one?
So we don't have anything in the file.
Yeah, well, no, I filed it.
Oh, we don't have it.
I don't know what to say, guys. I filed it.
I hear you.
Hand delivered.
Yeah, this is from November 2022.
Last week, I was concerned that it didn't meet the transparency.
I have it in the Dropbox.
But from when?
Here you go.
I have some copies of it.
It's,
That's
February 8th, 2023.
Yeah. That's the revision, yep, February 8th.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want?
Yeah, please,
Sure,
just,
yeah, if I may.
this is again.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So,
And again, those stone pillars are,
Okay.
brick pillars are already
do,
there.
do we have,
A site.
right, do we have a site plan?
I don't know, I didn't file the application. Heather, do you know there's a site plan with a survey showing the location of the gates? I mean, they're back, the minimal, they meet the
Right,
the
no,
queuing.
actually, well, let me put it to you another way. So, beyond the gates and the pillars, what's in front of the house?
Jeff, what do you mean beyond the gates and the pillars? I'm sorry, I'm not
Oh,
trying to be.
no, no, no.
That's not a.
No, no,
I'm
no,
a
I-
wise guy in
just-
front.
just-
I'm-
John, there are hedges in the front, are there not?
Oh, yeah, it's well hedged, yeah.
Okay, well, it's well hedged. It doesn't,
There's arborvitae in the front. Heather,
Arborvitae.
is there hedging in the front of the house, correct? I walk by it so
Okay.
often to walk my dog. I should.
but there's no 6-foot gate around the entire house, correct?
No,
There's a board
there's
fence.
gate,
Yeah.
there's fencing that is gonna be installed in between 2 rows of hedges, so it won't be visible. It'll be wire fencing that'll be, 6 feet plus tall, but again, it won't be visible, it'll be at the perimeter of the house.
And is there a privet line and a separate gate that goes to the backyard from the driveway?
Yes.
And how tall is that gate?
That will be equally 6 feet tall.
Well, there's no front gate yet, but right now that gate is 6 feet tall. So the gate that would go if your wife
Well,
was,
just-
if
sorry,
if
just to be-
if you were in the backyard with your children, there's a 6-foot gate separating the driveway from anybody who would be in the backyard?
Yeah, the driveway is in the front of the
Yeah.
property.
Right, and then there's probably a gate or a hedge line, and then there's a gate that goes to the backyard from the driveway? We don't have a site plan, which we should have, or we would know the answer to this.
I'm looking at one.
Oh, you are? Oh, good, thank you. Again, I didn't file the
That's
application.
great, but
so-
we don't have one.
Right. No, it
Oh.
should be in the file. It was on for 123.
Okay.
I have a survey, but I don't have a.
It's hand drawn on there.
Oh.
Okay. Do you want to comment?
I
Okay,
believe
so
it was
here's the thing.
and I did last time.
Here's the thing, on the issue of this crazed human being coming on your property, which is horrible, and stealing your car, I think,
Oh, here we go.
I actually think the policy size gate of 4.5, a locking gate would cure the problem of somebody coming in to steal your car. If it's
It's not
the
the car.
issue of, well, there was something about
Personal,
a car
yeah,
being
the
stolen.
car was stolen, but
Yes.
the primary use is
I
personal
think-
safety.
I understand, but I also
Yeah.
think there's a second barrier to the backyard, which is the 6-foot fence to the backyard. So I understand the plight, but I don't know that changing our policy is the right answer here either.
Well, it's to provide a physical impediment.
I understand that, but then somebody else is going to tell me I need a physical impediment against deer. Somebody else is
Oh,
going to
no,
tell me
no,
that,
no,
that- but
no,
they are,
no,
John.
no, no,
So
no,
I
no.
think that we have policies for a
That's
reason,
really-
and I don't know that I'm willing
That's not-
to
It's not a deal.
separate.
Last
I mean,
time-
I
last-
understand
John,
what
would
their
you
issue
let
is,
Mark
but I don't know
finish?
that I'm willing to
Last
separate
time, you
from
know what,
policy
last
for
time
this
I
issue.
checked, deer don't pack. Okay? Come on,
So-
you can't make that
Any
comparison.
other
Right,
board
right.
members?
This is
I agree with Mark.
Yeah, that's just
No, I'm not going to make the comparison.
I'm not, excuse me, would you
Yeah,
say that
okay,
again?
okay.
Heartless.
I think that's inappropriate to make that accusation.
I think
We're
you're being
gonna
that
have a-
cold is inappropriate,
John,
John.
we're
Okay.
going to have a civil discourse and no discourse.
Okay. Heartless or not, I will not on this occasion. Can be empathetic, sympathetic. Well, I maybe.
John, we are going to have a civil discourse or no discourse, or we're going to adjourn this.
So, anyway, I am understanding, at least give me that, of your situation. However, and I hope this is a temporary one, I hope it will be taken care of by the police and imprisonment or whatever it is. But I don't believe that I'm not in a position to vote to violate the provisions of the parameters of what we said. Again, I'm sympathetic and
Bottom
all.
line is you're more concerned about aesthetics than personal safety.
I am.
Hey guys, excuse me, guys, with all due respect, sorry, this is
No. Actually, and by you interrupting me, that is not due respect. So if you want to talk about due respect, I said I'm sympathetic. There have been incidents here. A 4-foot or a 6-foot gate is not going to stop an intruder that is hell bent on getting into your house. He could jimmy a 6-foot gate. He could jimmy an 8-foot gate. I am totally understanding. I might be saying the same thing and feeling the same way you do, but I think a gate that's 4.5 feet on average should suffice. And beyond that, I think we have to stick to our code.
Our policy.
Our
It's not your
policy.
code.
I'm sorry,
This is a legal
John.
offense under your code.
Exactly. I'm sorry, to our policy.
Jane?
May I speak, or?
After the board members speak, sure.
I just want to abstain.
Why?
Why? Because I have my own issues with being a female.
Well, no, that could be justification for voting yay. I mean, everybody has
I don't
their feeling.
I don't think you can abstain for that reason, Jane. Just vote how you want to vote.
You can choose not to comment, just vote.
Okay, I choose not to comment.
Can Mr. Stopnick be heard?
No, hang on. Now, you've heard the comments from the board.
Matthew, you can speak if you want to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate the empathy and your understanding of the situation. You say you have a full grasp for it, but to compare someone trying to enter our home with a deer jumping over a fence would suggest to me that you don't actually have a full appreciation. My wife sitting next to me is terrified, truly terrified, of having someone out there that potentially, is going to cause harm on my kids, my 13 and 11-year-old, and my wife. And I assume you've all had the opportunity to go by our home. We are incredibly respectful of the responsibility that we have to maintain our home and the historical presence of our home. Like, we understand that. We've owned this house for a dozen years, and needless to say, we've never been in front of you seeking a gate because we've never had any reason to up until now. We don't feel safe in our home. And while you're right, someone could easily find a way. If they want to attack us, they can find a way. Like, you're right, a 6-foot gate is not going to solve this, but it's a deterrent. And the Southampton Village Police, who have been absolutely wonderful, on September 11th, that evening, when they caught someone in our bedroom, lying in our bed, they said to me, "You know what? He has no history of violence. We do not think he's necessarily going to be back." And then 6 days later, he was arrested back at our home.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, I can appreciate all of this. I do. I'm just saying that there's an opportunity if you want to put a larger barrier to the backyard, which is something you wanted to do, but I don't and as sympathetic as I am, our policy exists for a reason, and if we don't use our policy as our guideline, then it becomes irrelevant. Although I understand your situation, but your situation's not just a gate situation, it's also a police situation, which I understand.
Well, let me ask you, why is the policy different on Hill Street? Makes no sense to me at all. Hill Street, like North Main Street, is a main thoroughfare into the village and is populated with lots of historic homes. What's the rationale for that? Makes no sense at all to me.
Is there, hoping that this situation is a temporary one, that either through police action or otherwise, this man will not continue to do what he has done? Is there a temporary solution? Is there wiring that one could put across that's not visible?
Like a dog fence?
No, like people.
No, like a lower gate, and then you put wires
put wire
on the top.
across the top, like.
Like a deer fence?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would violate your policy, though,
No,
Jeff. Sure it would.
no.
Yes, it would. Yeah, it would. You know, all those deer fences that you see in the village.
Okay, so
No. I'm trying to respond to
No,
Jeff's
I
question.
understand.
All those deer fences that you see in the village that have wire on top of them.
Right.
Those are there by sufferance and understanding of the building department. There's no question.
Right.
Because the structure itself is usually like 8 feet.
Now, I've seen on Halsey Neck Road, but I don't want to.
Well, that's
in.
true though.
Yeah.
They're there by sufferance of the building department because they're higher than 6 feet.
I've
At
seen.
this point, I'm going to ask for comments from the public. Does anybody have a hand raised? Okay. I think the honest truth of where we stand right now is I don't think you actually have the votes for a 6-foot gate, so I think your choice is going to be to go for a vote or come back with a lower design. I think that's where we are.
Okay, we'll take a look at all our options. Why don't you take it over?
So then you're asking me for an adjournment.
That's what I said.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
not exactly what you said. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's adjournment to the meeting of February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
It's the
February
27th.
27th.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, and I think that takes us to a new matter for 15 Hampton Road for a driveway gate. Are the affidavits in order?
Yes, it's 154 Hampton Road.
154 Hampton Road.
I'm on with the last one. Good night, everybody. My name is Ramon, and I'm from Halcon Gate and Fence, and I'm representing the owner of 154 Hampton Road in Southampton for erection and driveway gate. I would like to see I can share the picture.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can do it. That's the first time I'm going to do that. Let me see. Okay. Oh, password. I don't think so. Do you not have the
We don't have the overhead
number?
camera. Alex, do you happen to have a copy of this gate net, or does somebody have it on a? Do you have it?
Right.
So we get it out for the public.
I think Alex, yeah, that he's got it, so you can just
All right.
explain it to us.
Okay. So basically, you want to build a 6-foot 3-inch gate
Yes.
on Hampton Road. Go ahead, tell us what the materials are. Does it have a
Okay,
gooseneck? Does it have lighting?
It's going to be an ASAC,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to be white,
Mm-hmm.
and we're trying to make less than 50% can see through everything.
Mm-hmm.
The columns is 14 feet wide.
Okay.
is another little higher from, then the gate is going to be 73 inches.
Okay.
It is going to be automatic.
And what kind of mechanism?
What kind, it's going to be a sliding, and it's going to be automatic. What kind of?
How do you control it?
this
With
one?
a keypad, a gooseneck?
This is going to be with a keypad.
And where will
On
that
the
keypad
post?
be
The
located?
keypad, I have to put it in the column, because we don't have space to the road.
Wait, you're
And
putting
What's
it
the space?
on a column, a freestand, is it gonna be in the column, or is it gonna be freestanding?
I would like to put freestanding next to the column, because I like to show the people, they can see the gate when they open from the cell phone. They can, the
Right.
column is going next to the column, facing the gate,
So on a separate column?
not to the street, but just next to it,
So on a separate piece of wood?
on the pedestal.
Okay.
It can't be installed somehow on the post itself?
I can install in the pole.
And do you also have the survey with you? How far
Yes.
back from the street is this gate?
Yes, I do.
22 feet.
Let me see. It's going to be 22
there
feet
we
from
are.
the road.
Okay. All right. All right, board members.
There will be room for a car to pull in off of Hampton Road into the driveway before the gate shows up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 22 feet off the road.
So what's the scale of this?
Well,
What's the width of the lot?
right now, the top of the gate is 6'3", and the top of the post is 7'3".
I mean, how can we deny,
Well, we're not going to.
yeah. And plus, and I'm sorry for the comments on the last hearing, because I am bothered by that.
You are? I am as well. And we can address that later, but it's unacceptable.
Well, no, I'm bothered by my own comments, but in any event, we'll talk about that afterwards. But there are no driveway gates on Hampton Road. Hampton Road is not, it's incongruous, okay? Can't deny it, but it's gotta be small scale. If this thing is more than 4 feet tall and fully open, it's not getting my vote.
Okay.
4 or 4.5, which is the bonus.
To me,
4.
4.5 feet, maybe four,
Okay.
four. There shouldn't be gates on Hampton Road.
There shouldn't.
There are no, I don't even know of one coming from the turn.
I don't believe
There are
is.
none.
I drove
There are
it up
none.
twice. There are none.
Can I try to do 5?
We have a policy. Our policy is that we want to see at least 40% transparency in the gate itself, which transmits to 50% overall. And they can be no more than 4.5 feet high, because it's not a significant piece of property in terms of square footage. So that's what our policy is, so you would need to fall within that.
Okay.
And generally, we don't like to have mechanisms mounted on a post separate from the gate.
Okay.
Either they have to be the automatic kind that are triggered by the car driving and that the person answers with a phone from their house, or they unlock from the house. But especially on Hampton Road where there are no gates, any kind of mechanism situation that was a
Yeah.
gooseneck situation or a post situation just wouldn't work, 'cause that's not there on that street.
Yeah, and why not put it further back, 50
And
feet?
it should go back as far as it could possibly go.
From the road.
Okay. Let me
It's not a big lot.
talk to my cousin.
What?
No, I know.
Yeah, as
I
far as
know.
it go,
I
on the
was-
lot, given. All right?
Okay.
And we would ask that the transparency calculations be put on the plans.
There is sorry.
It's okay.
There is another thing that she told me about also the issue about because his neighbor lost a car and she's about
so
to
this-
also do this.
Whether
This is
whether
why
the car
this
is 4.5
problems.
feet or 6 feet, it would stop a car from being
Yeah,
sold
they
from
anyway
driveway.
they jump on it.
I understand.
Yeah,
So
but
you're, any comments from the public? So you're requesting an adjournment?
thank you so much.
Okay. I'm going to
Have a good
move
night,
that we accept the
everybody.
applicant's
Thank you.
request for adjournment until February 27th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir. We'll
Thank
see you, we'll see you in the next
Have a great
meeting.
night.
You too, Ramon.
All right, so I believe that is the last thing on the agenda. Therefore, I move that we close the February 13th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.